This is what I get for getting into a big yap with a lot of smart people. I start so goddamn late. That's my bad. That's okay though. Not the end of the world. This shit is fucking cooked. I need to shave. There's quite a few things to yap about, but luckily it's a collection of mostly small stuff, so it's not too bad. But it's important stuff. Even the little things are important. Never forget. Oh, man. Shit is fucking cooked. Where's Steam? There's Steam. Where's Factor Oreo? Factor Oreo. We're factoring our Oreos. Very cool. Very good. Oh man, dude. Oh, this Tim Walz shit is just so fucking revealing, dude. We're definitely gonna talk about that shit. Dude, God, him just capitulating to the right is so fucking pathetic, man. Bro is just doesn't have the fucking sauce. He's not up for the fucking goddamn fight. And now the right can just say, like, yeah, it was Nick Shirley, the one who took down Tim Walz. It's like, I mean, if you're, like, mentally fucking retarded, then yeah, like, you can believe that. That's not the reasoning. There's probably some other reasoning. To say it's because of that fucking bumbling buffoon, Nick Shirley, is nonsensical. That fucking... I'm trying to think, like, what appropriate slur is even appropriate for someone like Nick fucking Shirley? That fucking bumbling dumbass. That's specimen. One of the fucking most idiotic fucking dumbasses on the planet. Like, yeah, dude, that's the main guy who took down Tim fucking Walz. Okay, bro. It's stupid. Even though he lied the whole time. It's like, alright, man. I, too, am a fellow right-winger, and I am also fucking stupid as fuck. It's like, okay, bro. Nice meme. How do you do, fellow right-wingers? Are we all being incredibly low IQ today? That's good to hear. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. The fuck is this shit? Nice try. Huh? Alright. So it's a little weird. Fuck is that? The fuck is nice try? I'm very perplexed, very confused, perhaps aroused. I'm not aroused. Do a little bit of trolling. Mostly confused, because I have no idea what the fuck that means. Alright, the rest of these shitters are going to eventually all start heating up appropriately. Yada yada yada. Oh, I see. I see the problem here. Did a little oopsie poopsie. Oh, I didn't connect it all to the old main overall fucking system. Fuck my life. That should fix that problem. I did the same here. I did the same here. I just forgot the other side. I was about to say I should not be at like 400 megawatts. Should have way more power than that. That was definitely correct. Alright, processing dark matter. Mine dark matter vent, that'll get us dark matter processing. Where we need the barometric vices. We should be able to make barometric vices. We need dark matter fluid to make barometric vices. You also need steel lamps, which means copper circuits. Dark matter fluid to make them. Okay. Should be too hard. Manufactured diamonds. Dense stone brick. We need this for a bunch of shit. Okay. Cool. Okay. Ice as well. Ice compression. We need the ice as well. Part of main sort of bus, it seems. Why? Because we need ice to make ice 15. We need ice 15 for a bunch of different stuff. So there's the ice, there's our coal, there's our stone. Lovely. Now let's figure out how exactly we're going to proceed forward then with all this bullshit. Where's our center line and everything else? And start to fucking put something together. Just need to grab a couple substations. One more. That works. We go this way. That's the plan. Perfect. Grab these. Grab my bots. Oh, well, here's Boy Meets Mini doing Christo LARPing. Will Boy Meets Mini continue to be a chud? Let's make a poly market bet about this. When will Boy Meets Mini return to being a roving homosexual? What the hell's going on here? Why isn't there water? Interesting. I see. This is why there is no water. Alright, let's just do this instead. So real. You know the funniest thing about this Boy Meets Mini? When we had someone who I think was on the left who decided to come in and say like, what the fuck is going on in your YouTube chat? That was fucking funny. That was fucking hilarious. So like, what the fuck is going on in your fucking YouTube chat? It's like, oh, that's just my bod being a fucking LARPer. True. I love Hasten Aby and the dumbasses. My favorite guy on the planet is Kamasahabi. Hamish Aby. I love Hamish. Well, that is true. Listen, the only people who I ever, I don't know, get into fucking spats with are, like, lefties. Which is fine. Perhaps I'll use this liquid. Why don't we start making some of these liquid fire heaters? Vulcanus. I can't wait to talk about the... I mean, Zohran Mamdani, what he's doing, like... unironic, like, talks with tenants unions and essentially setting up pro-tenant boards saying, like, yeah, if you've been getting abused by landlords and shit, yeah, we're gonna basically fight for you. Tenants first. Unironically. That's what real America First looks like, by the way, retarded right-wingers. Yeah, yeah, that's true. America First is actually, like, schizo-LARPing, like a pedophile. That's true. There you go. Trump is America First by raping kids. I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message. I do rape kids. I love rape and I love kids, which means I definitely love the rape of kids. I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message. I love fucking kids. My name is Donald Trump and I like fucking kids. I mean, what? Who said that? That wasn't me. He never did that, and then why is he doing everything possible to hide the files? Listen, if Trump was so adamant about the fact that he wasn't in the fucking Epstein files, then he would release all the details that he has in the Epstein files. If he's not in there, then it's all good. But I don't know, I think he might be in there. I don't know, guys. I think Donald Trump raped some kids, guys. Yeah, he's doing his job to prevent I'm protecting America from children by raping all the children. I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message. Because I want to rape the kids first before Jeffrey Epstein gets to them. Only I will rape children. Donald Trump.
Looks like you're a gotcha player at heart.
Is that because of my brain damage?
No, it's because you go after children, and there ain't enough room in this preschool for the two of us.
I wonder if Donald Trump's favorite character is Sundowner from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. I feel like it would be. He'd be a big fan of Sundowner. Is that because of my brain damage? No, it's because you go after children. No, I think it's because we're brain damaged. I know I am. I look at the news. Oh yeah, Boy Meets Mini. Something really funny just happened. My dad was trying to send me some suggestions for jobs to look into. And he sent me, like, the AI list from fucking Google's AI. Saying, like, well, here are some jobs that are the most paying jobs right now. That are the most well-paying jobs right now. It's like, okay, dude. Also, my parents give me a bunch of shit for quote-unquote not believing in AI. It's like, it's not that I'm not believing in it. It's just that it's in a bubble, and it's going to be the exact same shit as the '08 recession. I'm not going to get caught in that shit and get completely fucked over by it. Like, it's just not fucking happening. It's not showing results. Everyone that I've talked to that I know in fucking tech has said the exact same thing. You're not the only one. It's not producing the outcomes these people think that it's producing. It's a bubble. And I have mentioned this as well. I'm like, you are aware that all the main guys who were initially pushing for fucking AI are now divesting from AI. You are aware of this, right? Like, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, all these motherfuckers who wanted AI so badly are now divesting from AI. I'm like, you guys are aware of this, correct? You understand this, right? And nothing. Just goes over their head. It's like, all right, man. Cool. No one's gonna listen to the guy who actually looks into all this fucking tech news and shit like this? No? Okay, whatever. Like, I don't know what to do with these people, man. All the urgently firing videos where the dude consistently talks about how out of touch like parents are in terms of the current conditions of the fucking goddamn job market, it just always constantly rings through my head. It's like, yeah, like, he's just right. Like, our parents are just incredibly fucking out of touch, man. Everyone's out of touch. No one gives a shit. Nothing fucking matters. It's all a fucking shit show. I don't know. I have better luck becoming a fucking YouTuber instead of fucking finding a job in this current environment. Daho, that's not a good thing. I'm wholeheartedly aware that's not a fucking good thing. Thank you. I had no idea that's not a good thing. I had no idea that it might be kind of bad that I have a much better shot at becoming a fucking dude who yaps about shit on fucking social media in comparison to finding average fucking employment. Thank you. Okay, so there's a bunch of shit we have to make, right? Barometric vices. Well, we can't make barometric vices. We also need to make, I think, dense stone bricks as well. Which means we need stone bricks. Which means stone bricks are going on the bus. Brilliant. Alright. So one of the first things we're going to be making... It's 640 crude per second. Go to novice. Novice is probably not the best place to check for this. Go to... Guess we need to crack the oil. If I need to double this, I'll double this later. For now... Man, this place is dark. Definitely gonna put up a bunch of lamps everywhere, probably as soon as possible, so I can see. With my eyes. For now, we have a bunch of other shit we need to make first. I want to make a bunch of heat pipe. We want to make a bunch of other shit. And a bunch of other shit first. Because we will need a steady supply of heat pipe. I guess in other news, I beat Blue Stake on Balatro. So that's cool. Sometimes all you need is to just have one really good build with one really good run, and boom, easy stake. And I did get a really, really good build going. Something definitely with endless potential, if I could just, like, find a red seal. But I was just like, nah. I'm just gonna basically fucking lose. I'm gonna make some terrible plays and just lose and just move on with my life. It's like, I unlocked Plasma Deck. I want to try to go for a Nan Inf run. Just to be like, yeah, I can do it. Fuck it. Unseated Nan Inf. Fuck it. It's a lot of ore per second. It's pretty good. More copper per second is also good. And in fact, it's mixed everything. So mixed ores. Mixed ores. Mixed liquids. This slush, after getting processed, gives you both crude and ice. And that's our main source of water. and whatnot. This is also where we get amniotic bacteria, which is important for a couple things. The creation of fluoroketone on this planet. Now, does creation of fluoroketone really do anything on this planet for us? Not really at the moment, but it's something to keep in mind. But then I'd also have to somehow make nutrients on this planet. Making nutrients on this planet might be kind of a pain in the ass. So I kind of don't want to deal with that shit. Unless the microculture vat does not need any nutrients, but I highly doubt that. It consumes electricity, so it does not need nutrients. That's viable then. Interesting. But no productivity. It's kind of annoying. Prosafina. How are we doing in terms of rocket fuel production? It seems to be okay for now. It seems to be okay for now. Now need more rhenium dust. When we fix the issues there. Let me go back here. I do have to say, the antimatter robots that we're going to be getting eventually are going to be a massive boon for planets like this. Robots that don't consume electricity are going to be really overpowered for places like Aquila as well. But Aquila doesn't really use bots all that much. Not really. They'll still be really good, though. It's about half as much. That's fine. Which means there's probably still a bunch of nests somewhere in the periphery that need to get shelled into oblivion. And it's not like the defenses have really been affected all that much, so it should be fine. Yeah, you guys have plenty of kills. violence to be expected from these things. They're the main things that are going to kill stuff. Put obelisks here? I forgot to put obelisks here. Whoops. Well, that'll be fixed the next time I come here. We'll put some obelisks here. Oh, I see some corpses. Corpses. I see dead people. Wow, they're dead. Wow. Ooh. Clappy. Clap for the dead people. Boy Meets Mini, are you being woke in DEI? It's very important, Boy Meets Mini. Very important that you tell me if you've been woke. Because if you've been woke, Boy Meets Mini, I'm gonna have to fire you from your job. You're on Linux? That's a permaban. No one's allowed to be woke in this channel. No more being woke. It's all about being as derogatory as possible to gay people. It's about saying slurs to homosexuals. It's about saying the F slur and you know, the R word as much as possible right now. Holy shit, how many planets? Yeah, we're not done yet. Yeah, I'm on a lot of planets. Yeah, I'm on a lot of planets. This is true. And real. Ay, 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 ay. But I kind of want to see the Adam Mockler Jubilee, aka the Adam Mogler. Even though he's a bit of a lib, but he is very good at shitting on idiot fucking Trump morons. Mostly as, like, catharsis. And also, despite the fact that the Democrats have been incredibly weak and fucking pathetic in addressing any of the goddamn issues of the American people, and of course dealing with the Republicans, it's normal, as expected of the Democratic Party. Also, you see those clean, beautiful one-shots, Boy Meets Mini? Clean one-shots of the big asteroids. Look at this. Boom. One rocket. It's so clean. You know, I mostly just want to get a sense to see just how cooked the brains of younger Republicans are. I mean, there was like an article of a bunch of reporters asking questions of younger Republicans, and they were all talking about how they were fans of Hitler and shit, and their sort of like political education essentially being like non-existent. Did I also forget to mention that they were all fans of Hitler? So it's just like, well, that's cool, I think, you know. Very epic and great that these people are all fucking fans of Hitler and saying that Hitler is actually good and stuff. That's fantastic. All these fucking basket cases are saying that actually Hitler is good. It's like, alright, well. Education is dead in America. Very cool, very good. Alright, what do we have here with this little guy? A new heating tower of sorts. But it takes fluid instead of burnable material. This is the same as the burning tower, I'm curious. This is a heating tower. Constant consumption. It's actually a little more efficient. And it's more efficient. Its consumption is less. Output 40 megawatts. Output's the same, but the efficiency is higher. So liquid fuel towers are more efficient. Okay. Well, let's start to try to create some fuel for them to eat. Okay, they have only one input direction, so they can't benefit from any sort of, like, neighbor bonus. Do they have neighbor bonuses? Can't be rotated. Well, that's a little awkward. I think I only want one of these things, then. The fact that I can't rotate these things is kind of cringe, I'm not gonna lie. The fuel value of crude oil is really bad, so you don't want to use that. We want to mostly use light oil because its fuel value is the best. We're probably going to have to make quite a bit of light oil. Alright, where's our water? Water's here. Well, we might as well get chemical processing done. right away, because we kind of need that shit if we want to be able to heat up our base. First things first, we need to do advanced cracking. Or advanced oil processing, rather. This is going to cause space issues. We'll see. Probably need one of these relatively close by. More of these. Okay, so there's this done. Now we need the water. At the very least, this can constantly consume a bunch of oil. Even though, again, oil, not exactly the best thing to be constantly burning with stuff like this, but constantly burning this stuff is also totally okay. And obviously, we also need to heat up the oil refineries themselves. Okay, so we can definitely sustain a few more of these. I think we make about, what, 600 something crude Just from this alone? Yeah. This produces... This consumes 246. Almost enough for 3 of these segments, but not quite. Okay, now somehow heat up these shitters themselves. Pyrolysis. The hell's this? Let's just make wood into coal. Huh, wood into carbon. And this is applications. This is actually a very useful recipe for this planet. We make quite a lot of wood on this planet. That might actually solve quite a few problems for us. Like over here. Interesting. What an intriguing recipe that is. So how exactly am I going to heat these fucking dumbasses up? That's the problem. That's a bit of an issue. That is a bit of a problem. I mean, if I had the AoE heating thing, that would not be a problem, but we don't. So I have to do with heat pipe. We have to put spaces between everything. Do something like this. Mm-hmm. Looking rather phallic there, sir. Penis. Yep. Cock. Penis. Yep. Cock. Penis. Yep. Cock. Penis. Pee-pee. Poo-poo. The expression is gooning. 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 No, it should be fine. Okay, so to initially kickstart this, you're so real for that? I don't remember. What did I say? This shit might be more of a pain in the ass than I thought it would be. It's because of how weird all the heat pipe is placed. It's so weird. Like with these, it's way easier. But I can just directly use the liquids here. Might as well make some lubricant as well, since we're here. No, you're not exactly there. Maduro court transcript. Are you Nicolas Maduro Moros? I am the president of Venezuela. I consider myself a prisoner of war. It's not exactly wrong. I was captured at my home in Caracas. Let me intervene. There will be time for this. I only want to know, are you Nicolas Maduro Moros? Yes. Have you been served the indictment? Defense lawyer. By the way, Maduro's defense lawyer, the same dude who secured Julian Assange's release. So yeah. I was like arguing... Okay, so part of the reason why I was pretty late is because I was basically making the argument that given how incompetent Trump's DOJ is right now, and the fact that the defense lawyer that that is currently taking up the case for Maduro is the same dude who got Assange basically out. I really do think that the administration is probably wallahi fucking cooked. I don't think those motherfuckers stand much of a chance at all. Given how ridiculously incompetent the fucking administration is, there's no fucking way they're getting... Like, they have... Because they've been losing, like... I think it's like 80+% of the cases, the DOJ that they've brought up, they've been losing most of them. I really do think it is wallahi fucking cooked. Like, he got the fucking guy who did Assange's fucking case, bro. Like, I really do think there is no fucking shot that the Trump DOJ, currently under Pam Bondi, stands much of a fuck... Like, I don't know if I'm... Like, they were saying that, Daho, aren't you being a little bit too much of a fucking lib? I'm like... It's like... Sure... Because I'm saying that I'm believing in the sort of, like, justice system of the United States of America. But it's just like, okay, let's consider a few details. First off, for the most part, when America used to do coups in South America, they would let the person that they're coupping rot in a jail cell in their home country. They don't bring them in America, because in America there are inalienable rights, like such as the ability to have a fucking goddamn lawyer within America. Anyone can have a lawyer. And that's anybody, including, guess what? Technically speaking, an illegal migrant like Nicolas Maduro. He also has the right to have a fucking lawyer within the United States of America. And since he's the leader of a country, he's going to have access to a lot of resources to be able to get a pretty damn good fucking lawyer. Which is why I was just like, dude, there's no... Like, this is, like, I think the stupidest thing possible for the administration to do. Already, given how ridiculously incompetent the DOJ has been under Pam Bondi, and the fact that the same guy... Maduro got as a lawyer is the same dude who got fucking Assange released, or got a fucking deal for Assange. There's no fucking way this is going to end up working out for the administration. This is so fucking stupid. They think they can do an HW style Panama invasion. Yeah, but the thing is with Noriega, right? In comparison to that, Boy Meets Mini, they didn't bring Noriega back for a show trial within America, or did they? Was Noriega brought back for a show trial in America? Because that's essentially what they want to do. They want this to be a show trial. You got extradited to France. Well, I'm not 100% certain in terms of what legal rights in France you have as to be able to have access to a fucking lawyer, but I'm going to assume it's probably not as robust as the United States of America. You know, dirty Europeans and whatnot, many such cases. That's why I'm saying, like, this shit is wallahi fucking cooked. This is not gonna go anywhere. It's gonna be so fucking... It's gonna be cartoonish. It's gonna be ridiculous. It's gonna be stupid. And it's gonna make the administration look fucking ridiculous. Which, honestly, good. This administration should look as ridiculous as possible. I'm gonna be quite honest. Yeah, we will want light oil to be a part of the bus because we need the light oil for these liquid fuel heating towers. Besides, we're going to use it to make rocket fuel as well, so there's that. Wait, I wonder, does dark matter have fucking fuel value? I'm curious. Because I could just use that. Keep those approval numbers falling. Not to mention also the morale of all the dumbass fucking Trump supporters. Make them lose even more morale. Make them even more fucking pissed and upset about the fact that their supposed populist king is doing random regime changes. By the way, when Nick Fuentes was celebrating what happened to Nicolas Maduro, was celebrating saying like, actually, I think this regime change was good. Everyone on his like Telegram and shit was saying like, no, this is dog shit. Like, what the fuck? So there's some flailing amongst the groypers as well. That's how you know it's fucking bad. The groypers are signaling, like, this is fucking, like, why the fuck are you supporting this? What the fuck? It's like, well, because he's a liar, first off. Nick Fuentes, of course, was going to be in support of this shit. Like, I don't know, fell for it again award? Man, this shit's kind of weird, I have to say. This, liquid fuel heating tower. But light oil is way cheaper to produce than it is rocket fuel. Like, I mean, if we go on Aquilo, for example, it's easier to use rocket fuel for, heating up the heating towers. Because rocket fuel is essentially free on Aquilo. Basically. All you need is ammonia and ice. That's it. And guess what? It's in abundance on Aquilo. Ammonia and ice. Kickstarting the process is a little annoying. But those resources are basically free on that planet. So, free, really reliable, dependable fucking heat source for free? For free? Ooh, don't mind if I do. Ooh, yum 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 yum. But anyway, I only want to know: are you Nicolas Maduro Moros? Yes. Have you been served the indictment? The lawyer. We waived the public reading. I have it in my hands for the first time. I prefer to read it personally. Anything you say may be used against you. I see you have counsel here, Mr. Pollack. If you cannot afford one, the government will provide you a lawyer free of charge. Did you know of these rights? I did not know of these rights until now. How do you plead? I am innocent. I am a decent man. I am president of Venezuela. Defense lawyer. The plea is not guilty on all counts. Also, he's gigantic, by the way. Like, he's a big, big man. Also, by the way, the fact that Trump said all this stuff about Maria Corina Machado, and did not want her to take over the country simply just due to the fact that he was jealous of the fact that they gave her the Nobel Peace Prize instead of him, is so fucking hilarious. And also the fact that he decided to go after after Maduro, just for the fact that he saw Maduro doing some random dances and just basically thought that it was an insult to him. Is just like, it sounds so ridiculous and so fucking crazy that it's entirely possible. I'm going to be honest. I think it's totally possible that this happens. Like, this dude, I think his name is Jared Pollack. Again, or Barry Pollack. Who's hired by Maduro, because Maduro is obviously rich. One of the most well-known criminal defense attorneys within the United States of America. It's going to be a shit show. He's going to make the DOJ look like complete fucking dumbasses. This shit's cooked. It's so fucking cooked. This is going nowhere. It's going to make the DOJ look like fucking clowns. And I'm all here for it. Because the basis of the basis of the charges are nonsensical. It's ridiculous. And it's going to be really funny to see the miserable failure of the DOJ. Because we know, like, the DOJ has been a complete fucking disaster in terms of a lot of their fucking attempts to go after political opponents. Here's hoping. Honestly, Boy Meets Minnie, I don't think this is a hope. I think this is just like... I think this shit's gonna be fucking done and dusted. I think the administration is completely cooked on arrival. Like, wallahi, they are fucking cooked, man. I don't think they stand a chance. Because just think about it. Like, the administration has already been a fucking complete clown show already with most of the bullshit that it's been trying to pull. This shit's not gonna go anywhere. It's gonna be fucking ridiculous. It's gonna be a failure of a show trial, It's going to inevitably fail, and everyone's just going to look at this and be like, wow, that was a colossal waste of everybody's fucking time. This was incredibly fucking stupid here by the United States of America. Why the fuck did we even bother with all this shit? God, that was incredibly fucking dumb. And the Americans are going to be made fun of. Rightfully so. You know, like standard American century of humiliation type shit, you know? And America should be fucking humiliated for this shit because it's like, it's so fucking obvious of just how fucking dumb this shit is. This should be a humiliation ritual for America. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Ritualistically humiliate America. American century of humiliation. It must be done. Unironically. Because this shit, it's just a fucking clown show. Everything about this has been a fucking clown show. You know what I mean? Alright, this is a little scuffed, but it works. There, now we have some local fucking heating. Lovely. Nice. You know, all you have to say, Boy Meets Mini, is that it'll be worth it, or the American century of humiliation. It'll all be worth. Alright, there we go. We now have oil processing going. Just like that. Now we're going to put the liquid fuel heating tanks. Around in these areas. because it all got consumed by the... Okay, that's fine. Okay, all that's left to do is to heat these bad boys up somehow. I mean, yeah, the more ghoulish this admin is, the more lopsided the midterms are going to be. More than likely. Like, I really, like... Honestly, Boy Meets Mini, I think they are just so Wallaki fucking cooked, bro. They really are Wallaki fucking cooked. It's gonna look a little weird, but it lets me get heating to these places, so it's fine. There you go, more light oil. Fantastic. We are probably going to need quite a lot of light oil. We're going to need ways to burn off all this fucking petroleum, aren't we? I really do not make that much heavy oil. That's fine. $607. I only need 2 of these then. So we cut off. Alright, there's a fucking heat pipe over here, so it's fine. Do that. Okay, easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Alright, petroleum. Probably gonna use a bunch of the petroleum in order to heat the area up. Should only use the excess though. How exactly am I gonna do this? Actually, no, once the system gets going, it's fine if it just constantly eats through everything, because it'll just keep producing. So in fact, we are fine with this being this way, because it all comes from this, which will just keep producing and keep melting. Yeah, that's fine, actually. We just have to make sure we're producing enough water, which is... If we need more water, that's not a very difficult problem to solve. But we need quite a bit of ice. Should be fine. Cracking for petroleum. Perfect. Alright. And that's going to be our output. Because we will need this shit, obviously, for plastic. Lovely. Duh, this is a very early time for you to be handling chemical processing. Why handle chemical processing now? Because you need that shit for these damn heating towers. And obviously the most efficient way of doing this is with fucking light oil. Always has been the most efficient with light oil. Because it provides the best fuel value. Double that of petroleum. Starting to think maybe I should not be wasting as much light oil as this, because like we don't really need this to be above all that much. Time to make pumps everywhere to control this shit. I think it probably is a good idea to do that. Honestly, this does not need to be higher than 300 degrees. It really does not need to be higher than that. Let's be quite for real. So then I'm just not wasting as much light oil for no reason. And then we just copy those every now and again when we need more heating, because we're going to always need heating. Perfect. Just need some flare stacks to take care of all the excess petroleum. So then the cycle can keep going. It's fine. Flip the symbol. Boom. Lovely. That will let us make more light oil. So now the cycle will just keep going. Nice. The only other problem that we may have is just ice consumption. But there's going to be instances where we're going to probably be consuming a fuck ton of ice, so it's not going to be the end of the world. Eventually we'll make a bunch of lubricant. But as is, this should be all A-okay for now. This will get the job done. Time to begin processing other stuff. like diamonds. We need a lot of diamonds. We need a lot of stone brick. We need a whole other ton of shit. Specifically these diamonds. No, we can't make barometric devices yet. Right. We need these. Steel, lamps, which means we need circuits. We need copper. Copper, circuits, stone. So we start processing stone first. And then dark matter fluid, which is just pumping this shit out of the ground. Which we can do whenever. Okay. Then we have this shit. Dark matter compression. Which can make antimatter 0.1% of the time. And dark matter chunks. Which we need for dark matter crystals. Which then we need for science. How do I make ice 15? In a barometric vise. And this shit spoils? In 7 seconds. Okay. That's, yeah, that spoils, like, instant fucking taneously. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we have to just make that locally, then. That's annoying. Because we need this shit for, it eats through ice, obviously. 50 ice? It's a lot of ice. Okay, what about all the things that come out of barometric shit? Dark matter chunks don't spoil, so that's good. So, dark matter chunks do not spoil. Do not spoil. Do not spoil. I'm gonna spoil. And diamonds definitely do not spoil. Yeah, those don't spoil. Same with dense stone bricks. Those also do not spoil. It's just ice 15 is what spoils. And it spoils basically instant fucking taneously. 7 seconds is real fast. Of course, if you get legendary ice 15, it goes from basically 7 seconds to 18 seconds. Oh, oh boy, an improvement of 11 seconds. Listen, you just have to make legendary ice, and then the other is a fluid, so... Yeah, we're not doing that. We don't even have legendary quality unlocked yet, so we can't. It's not possible. So what do we need now then? We need to heat up these things and to get ore processing going. That's what we need to do now. That is now what we need to do. Get some basic fucking goddamn ores. Because we need steel. If we're going to process, if we're going to make the building that we need, that being the barometric vices. Also more heat pipe. more importantly, more heat pipe. So. Oh, my belly full of light oil. Oh, my belly full of light oil. Can't have this full. Gotta keep the cycle going. Forgot to set the filter on this. Whoops. About to say, no wonder we have like no fucking goddamn heavy oil. Our heavy oil was getting constantly pumped. We're good now. That will eventually accumulate. Think looking good here. God damn, it is dark on this fucking planet. Can't fucking see shit. this shit. That's gay and liberal. That's extremely liberal and gay. Homosexual, even. Now that is what we call in the business extremely fucking inconvenient. I don't know if regular pipe to ground can mix with I have no idea if those things mix with the insulated pipe. Guess we're gonna find out. Because then we have to do something like this. Because regular pipe needs heating. Just need you to heat this one up. So these things can mix, which is very interesting. It looks so scuffed, but it works, so. And now we have too much ice. There's too much ice. Duh, how can you have too much of a good thing? Ice. We love ice, folks. We love our boys in law enforcement, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, seems fine. These things weren't connected to one another. That's awkward. Good thing I caught that out. There we go. Much better. Stop with the Factorios there. Boo. It's almost 1 in the morning. God damn it. We factored a lot of Oreos, folks. Pretty good. That's all that's pretty much left to do then. Get normal ore processing going. Make barometric devices and make a bunch of other shit. Everpeak Hospitality, the operator of the Hilton Hotel in Minneapolis that denied service to immigration officials, has apologized to DHS. Oh, well, you're getting boycotted. To get owned, I guess. We are in touch with the impact guests to ensure they are accommodated. We do not discriminate against individuals or agencies and apologize to those impacted. Well, you know, honestly, you probably should discriminate against ICE because everything they're doing is illegal, so. Very cool. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, gonna grab some water, and then we'll be yapping about stuff. I'll be right back. factoring my Oreos. Oreoing my factors. Alright. Get the archive shit. Web page archive. Grab this Intercept article. Zero has any updates on Iran protests. We can take a look through. "35 people killed, 1,200 detained." It's a lot of people. Not as big as the protests that happened a couple years ago, but still significant. "550 people were killed, 220,000 detained." 2022, yes. Massa Amini who died. Because of quote-unquote the morality police. Dumbass Asmongold fan about the Asmongold short that was just put out. Weak argument. I wonder what's weak about it. I mean, obviously Asmongold dumbfucks don't have any actual arguments. They're just gonna be like, you're going after my dude I'm parasocial towards, so obviously I'm gonna have problems with it. I'm just gonna say weak arguments. Like, yeah, what's weak about the argument? Asmongold is just a fucking hypocrite. He believes in fucking nothing. Stupid. It's just dumb. Pentagon initiates proceedings to demote U.S. Senator Mark Kelly, a retired captain, over video telling soldiers to refuse illegal... That is... God, it's just the administration of fucking pettiness, dude. That's really funny. Third Amendment, huh? I'm starting to see a little bit more about this Hilton Hotel shit. So the DHS is obviously mad about the fact that Hilton Hotel is not allowing ICE agents in to stay at their hotels again. They have no basis for deployment of fucking ICE within Minneapolis. What they're doing is illegal again. What's the Third Amendment? Because I'm seeing claims about the Third Amendment. Something about no establishment has to house people if they don't want to. Key provisions. Peacetime. No soldier shall be quartered in any house without the owner's consent. Well, that's interesting. Third Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prevents the government from forcing private citizens to house soldiers. Well, I guess the argument there is going to be citizens versus a business, but businesses are already treated as citizens. They are already treated as people as per Citizens United. So, okay, nice meme. So yeah, they technically have Third Amendment protections. They don't have to house them if they don't want them. That's funny. In their homes without consent during peacetime, set strict rules for wartime quartering, serving as a historical response to British colonial practices and reinforcing privacy and property rights against military intrusion, though it is rarely litigated directly. Well, yeah, that's because it's... I mean, it makes sense, right? Because no one's expecting random sort of, like, military occupations. I don't know, it seems like a violation of the Third Amendment to me by the Trump administration. Well, very cool. Giga Chad. Zohran Mamdani, our little communist. Because it seems like the thing that Zohran Mamdani is going after specifically first is housing affordability. He's going to go in on housing first. Zohran Mamdani. We here at Zohran Industries put tenants first. Going after junk fees, eh? Oh yeah, and apparently it's also been, what, a year since congestion pricing was put into place in New York, and it's been highly fucking successful. Very, very fucking successful. And it's been less expensive as well. Because people can just, like, park on the street, not have to spend as much money. It's just been highly, highly fucking successful. Also, is now signed executive orders to crack down on junk fees as well, which is pretty good. If I recall correctly, junk fees are basically like random fees they just like throw into products, right? They just do this all the time. Just like random fucking bullshit that they just throw in to justify, I don't know, making the consumer pay way more fucking money, right? It's just random bullshit, which is just good. It's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits and stuff. I think I just want clips. I don't want to go through the full fucking press conference. Okay, well, I just saw this. It's really funny. From fucking Honkson Donkson. American Communist Party Chairman Haz al-Din, two-hole theory Haz over here, has dubbed Zohran Mamdani an Indian scammer who lied to launch his career in mainstream Democratic Party politics. That's so fucking funny, dude. No! You're telling me he's fucking racist? Oh, that's crazy, bro. And congestion pricing has also just been a huge fucking benefit as well. All the conservatives are mad about this because it's actual good policy. Very, very funny. A massive success. And conservatives are mad because they hate you. Changing vehicle noise complaints. Less vehicle noise complaints. It's just good. The only people complaining about this are retarded fucking conservatives. Guys, it turns out all the urbanist YouTubers are correct when they say cars are the problem and there should be less of them on the streets. Who would have thought? Okay, I keep seeing, like, all these, like, dumbass fucking dipshits cry about a particular fucking goddamn opinion. Someone posts, what, got an opinion about VTubing that would get you like this, and it's, you know, it's the meme with the dude from the whatever the fuck movie with all the swords pointed at him, and he's just, like, sitting there, like, just chilling. You know, that one fucking frame. And every, like, right-winger decided to go in there and complain about, like, People are so mean to our fucking political opinions. Why are people so mean about our political opinions? Because nobody fucking likes your political opinion. That's why. Everyone fucking hates that shit. Why is no one kind? Why does everyone do fucking witch hunts in the VTubing community? It's like, dog, maybe you shouldn't say so much stupid fuck shit. It's almost as if people don't really like don't really like fucking right-wing shit in the VTubing community all that much. I remember there was someone also, like, unironically, like, fucking, complaining about, lefties within the VTubing community preaching about, like, diversity and fucking inclusion. And it's just like, why are people complaining about my opinion against this thing? Yeah, and it's just like, dog, it's because you're saying a bunch of stupid fuck shit. Like, unironically, there's VTubers within the community who have been basically shunned now, who was had a Nazi Miku fucking outfit, was pretending to be a girl with a fucking voice changer, was a guy in reality, and was a fucking Nazi. Very cool. And a dumbass who unironically just pushes, like, great replacement theory fucking bullshit consistently. There's another VTuber who just says unironic fucking racist shit and does videos reacting to Tyler Oliveira videos all the time. For those who may not know, Tyler Oliveira is that dumb fuck racist who basically got really triggered about the fact that his Indian, I don't know, poop festival video got fucking taken off of YouTube. I can only assume how probably fucking racist that shit was. And does the thing with, like, black people where he just, like, films them just doing a bunch of fuck shit and saying, like, this is definitely the behavior of all fucking black people. They all act the exact same. It's like, oh, okay, bro, nice meme. Like when what's the name of those dumbass fucking videos like conservatives always put up of just black people fighting one another? It basically say that, oh, all black people are going to inherently do crime and shit like that. It's so stupid. Oh, actual justice warrior and everyone being incredibly dishonest. Like, because all the conservatives, by the way, are being dishonest about Zohran Mamdani taking a look at all the rent-stabilized apartments. All the, like, fucking retarded conservatives are saying, like, oh, this is just socialist slums. This is what this fucking looks like. When in reality, because they don't understand how anything works, the reason why all these corporate fucking landlords bought those rent-stabilized buildings was because it was speculative fucking investment for them. What they wanted to do was to buy those buildings, since they're rent-stabilized, they're going to be fucking cheaper to operate and own. Kick the rent-stabilized tenants out by not attending to the fucking complaints or any of the problems within the fucking housing. Kick out the rent-stabilized fucking tenants, and then change them into unstable, like, what's the name? Market rate fucking housing instead. And then, obviously, the law gets changed to protect fucking tenants. instead of the corporate fucking landlords. And now every fucking conservative is mad about it because they're all stupid. Oh well. Just idiot. Like, conservatives are so fucking dumb, man. Daho, are you telling me that housing should not be owned by private means? I can't believe you would say such things. All right. The fuck is this? Okay, that's very weird. Oh, by the way, that same dumbass VTuber discourse that I just mentioned, where someone just complained about diversity and inclusion, people will preach about it but not actually fucking mean diversity and fucking inclusion. That same fucking stupid bitch who's pretending to be a moderate, said that being trans is mentally ill. Classic, every single fucking time. Oh, it's all LARP shit and looks inside of the bag of the moderate. Oh, oops, all fucking conservative. Oh, whoa, shocker. That's crazy, dude. Oh, they're lying in my hecking conservative arenos who pretend to be moderates, quote unquote. Oh no, I never would have thought this thing could be fucking possible. That all these people are fucking liars. I'm so shocked. These people are nothing more than fucking liars. Whatever. Stupid. Alright, let's get started with this. Well, this is quite a development. Governor Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, that every white right-winger has like an idiotic fucking conniption about for whatever reason. Well, we know the reasoning. It's because he was picked as the VP for Kamala Harris. That's like literally the only reason. He's deciding to step out of the race and let others worry about the election while I focus on the work. Yeah, he's decided to concede and not run for the third term in a row. Happy New Year, Minnesota. Like many Minnesotans, I was glad to turn the page in 2025. It was an extraordinarily difficult year for our state and ended on a particularly sour note. For the last several years, an organized group of criminals have sought to take advantage of our state's generosity. What Tim Walz is referring to here is not only the Somalians who are doing... Well, it's not only just Somalians, but the majority is a bunch of Somali fraudsters who are basically using Minnesota's daycare center to essentially do a bunch of fucking fraud. An investigation that is currently ongoing. It started under Biden's DOJ and is obviously fucking continuing. We're probably going to be bringing up Nick Shirley, and let's just bring up Nick Shirley now. Nick Shirley's video did not uncover anything new. There's a current ongoing investigation into all the fraud that's happening with the Minnesotan daycare fucking centers. And basically, that dumb fuck, Nick Shirley, like all the fucking goddamn pedo hunters, where they are consistently, and I mean consistently fucking told by actual organizations that are meant to sort of take a look and take care of child sexual abuse situations, has been consistently told, don't do this, don't fucking fuck with our investigations, you're only going to make our work harder. Exact same fucking shit here as well. He is a paid, lying fucking propagandist, right? David, it turns out, is actually a political operative with connections to the Minnesota State House. Oops. Like I said before in the initial video talking about his dumb fucking goddamn video against Somalis, he's a paid fucking propagandist who also gets fucking shit from the White House. He's been to the White House. He's talked with the White House. He's talked with the fucking president before. It's all just fucking grifts all along. Like, constantly. And we've seen the fucking CNN interview that this dumbass motherfucker did where there was children going to the fucking goddamn daycares that he allegedly fucking investigated by going in with some other dumbass, I believe, some other Trump propagandist, I believe. I forget the name of the dude. David Hawk is Nick Shirley. That's the actual fucking name, by the way. With connections to the Minnesota State House Republicans to go ahead and try to push out Governor Tim Walz. And it seems like it was unfortunately fucking successful. Tim Walz decided to capitulate for no reason, showing incredible fucking weakness, because now all these fucking dumbass Republicans can just basically take this quote unquote victory and just say yeah, that was us. Nick Shirley fucking destroyed him. And it's just great. Fantastic that this is going to be the case. They can get a win that is undeserved, of course, because the video that Nick Shirley did was just lies. We already know what the results were, and people were already being indicted as a part of the DOJ's fucking investigation. Nick Shirley, like I said before, added nothing to the sort of, I guess, discussion, for lack of a better term, for the situation at hand, and basically was making the work of the DOJ more than likely more fucking difficult. For what purpose exactly? Because all these motherfuckers are just racist against fucking Somalians. Somalians are the current target of the administration for ICE immigration enforcement. Because currently, right now, the Trump administration is looking to violate the Third Amendment by basically having a bunch of ICE agents and DHS agents basically be housed within Hilton hotels. And he wants, obviously, them there to do immigration enforcement, which is also fucking illegal. Like I said before, there's been a bunch of court rulings saying that Trump's deployment of not only the National Guard, but also of ICE has been deemed illegal by multiple fucking courts. So, again, liars. They're all liars. The point of this is to just harass fucking minority populations. Always has been with this administration because of a bunch of fucking dumbasses like Stephen Miller saying yeah, we just have to get rid of all these fucking brown people because they're stinky and they're brown.
as expected from this racist fucking administration. And Tim Walz has just decided to capitulate to that shit. Very, very fucking cool. For the last several years, organized criminals, and even as we make progress in the fight against the fraudsters, we now see an organized group of political actors seeking to take advantage of the crisis. Nick Shirley, or I should say David Hawk. I won't mince words here. Donald Trump and his allies in Washington, in St. Paul, and online want to make our state a colder, meaner place. They want to poison our people against each other by attacking our neighbors. And ultimately, they want to take away many of what makes Minnesota the best place in America to raise a family. They've already began to taking our tax dollars that were meant to help families afford childcare. Oh yeah, by the way, forgot to mention this. As a result of all this, Donald Trump decided to freeze all federal tax dollars going to child care sort of needs that a lot of these states have been fucking requesting. Especially fucking Republican states. Because, of course, he's also been doing this to every fucking state. Of course, he does this to fucking Democratic states. But he's frozen all fucking federal dollars going to child care to every fucking state. By the way, guess who's more reliant on those federal fucking tax dollars? It's going to be fucking Republican states because they're all decrepit fucking shitholes that are run by a bunch of morons who basically just want to funnel more fucking resources to the top 1% within all those fucking states, as always. Meant to help families afford childcare, and they have no intention of stopping there. Make no mistake, we should be concerned about fraud in our state government. We cannot effectively deliver programs and services if we can't earn the public's trust. That's why over the past few years, we've made systemic changes to the way we do business. We've gone to the legislature time and again to get more tools to combat fraud. We've fired people who weren't doing their jobs. We've seen people go to jail for stealing from our state. We've even cut off whole streams of funding in partnership with the federal government, where we saw widespread criminal activity. We even put new locks on the doors of our remaining programs, and we've hired a new head of program integrity to make sure these locks can't be broken. This is, again, a lot of this is fucking capitulation, right? A ton of this is fucking capitulation to the fucking schizophrenic fucking propagandists, right? Because this shit was already being fucking addressed. It was already being addressed, but like Tim Walz himself said, there's a bunch of political opportunists that are basically trying to use this to their own advantage because they're liars. They're all liars. All across the state, Minnesotans are hard at work on this program. Advocates, administrators, and investigators are on the front lines defending the integrity of our state's programs, and I want to thank them for their efforts. There's more to do. A single taxpayer dollar wasted on fraud is a dollar too much to tolerate. And while there's a role to play for everyone, from the legislator to prosecutors to insurance companies to local and county government, the buck stops with me. My administration is taking fast, decisive action to solve this crisis, and we will win the fight against the fraudsters. But the political gamesmanship we're seeing from Republicans is only making that harder to win. We've got Republicans here in the legislature playing hide and seek with whistleblowers. We have conspiracy theorists, right-wing YouTubers breaking into daycare centers and demanding access to our children. Nick Shirley. Again, I wonder why all those Somalis are not willing to answer any of your fucking goddamn questions, with two strange white men running around in there asking, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? I wonder why they're not answering any of your fucking questions. But again, Tim Walz, you should really just put your fucking foot down and say, like, this is fucking bullshit, dude. All these fucking freakazoid, weirdo fucking Republicans are just looking to make our state significantly worse. For what purpose exactly? Because they're just a bunch of schizophrenic fucking racists. Like, you have to put your foot down and essentially say, like, no, this is a bunch of bullshit. We're already combating this. Biden started a fucking investigation into all of this stuff. You guys are essentially making the investigation way more fucking difficult for no reason. With all of your dumbass propagandists who work with the White House and state house fucking Republicans and are only doing this because you want to make fucking Tim Walz resign because you're afraid of the fact that his actual good policy is going to make Americans want to fucking vote for him because you yourselves have no policy to run on besides your idiotic conspiracy theories and fucking fear-mongering, as expected from the Republicans. Can't run on any policy whatsoever because they hate policy and just want the American people to suffer. That's literally all that there is with Republicans. They just like making people suffer. So as a result, why don't we just come up with a conspiracy theory instead and just go after our political opponents that way? Unfortunately, it's fucking worked. And Tim Walz is resigning for some reason, even though he should not. It pretty much just tells me that Tim Walz, he's just not into the fight. Not into the fight. He's not willing to be a fucking fighter. He's just the exact, even though he's like more progressive than most Democrats and he's better than most Democrats, you can't show weakness to these fucking liars, these propagandists, these charlatans. You have to show no mercy to these people because they will never show you any mercy. You can sign the bill saying, have a day for petting puppies all the time. And all these fucking goddamn Republicans are just going to come up with like dumb fuck conspiracy theories saying that all the Somali migrants are going to use that date in order to commit fraudulent fucking action and just use it to kill puppies instead or something. Even though that's just not the case for as to what's happening. You do not give in to these conspiracy theories. Nick Shirley is a known propagandist and a fucking liar. We're going to get to the Intercept article about this. And everything that he says is a fucking lie. He cannot be fucking trusted. Or believed, for that matter. But again, this is all politics for the Republicans. Because again, their project is just making the lives of people worse. That's it. We've got the President of the United States demonizing our Somali neighbors and wrongfully confiscating child care funding that Minnesotans rely on. It's disgusting and dangerous. Republicans are playing politics with the future of our state, and it's shameful. I've said before, and I'll say again, we welcome ideas from anyone in any party who wants to help us continue to stay ahead of the criminals. Except you shouldn't trust anything from the Republicans. Don't capitulate to these people. Don't accept any of their ideas. Why should you? Their ideas are all inherently fucking dog shit because they don't have any ideas. They are just liars. Welcome the involvement of the federal government. I'm grateful to the career professionals at the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI who are helping us win this fight. But I cannot abide the actions of the political leadership in Washington. These opportunists who are willing to hurt our people to score a few cheap points, they and their allies have no intention of helping us solve the problem and every intention of profiting off of it. Which brings me to this. 2026 is an election year, and election years have a way of ramping up the politics at a time when we simply can't afford more politics. In September, I announced that I would run for a historic third term as Minnesota's governor, and I have every confidence that if I give my all, I would succeed in that effort. But as I reflected on the moment with my family and my team over the holidays, I came to the conclusion that I cannot give a political campaign my all. Every minute I spend defending my own political interests would be a minute I cannot spend defending the people of Minnesota against the criminals who prey on our generosity and the cynics who prey on our differences. Don't pay attention to the fucking cynics, dude. They're liars. They're known propagandists. This is non-fucking sensical. They're just going after an extremely fucking popular governor because they don't want people to recognize within every fucking state that better is possible. And you know what's going to happen now? It's just going to be some, like, I don't know, mealy-mouthed, centrist fucking Democrat who's probably going to win now instead. I don't know, people are saying that, like, Amy Klobuchar is now going to be the one who's going to be more than likely governor of Minnesota, and it's just like, okay, bro. Nice fucking meme, dude. Yeah, Amy fucking Klobuchar, dude. Very, very cool. Decided to step out of the race and let others worry about the election while I focus on the work. I know this news may come as a surprise, but I'm passing on the race with zero sadness and zero regret. After all, I didn't run for this job so I could have this job. I ran for this job so I could do this job. Minnesota faces an enormous challenge this year, and I refuse to spend even a minute of 2026 doing anything other than rising to meet the moment. Minnesota has to come first always. I hope he just, institutes Marxism fucking Leninism at this point and decides to go after all the Republican fucking propagandists. Just fucking do it. Yeah, do it. I don't give a shit. Like, fuck these people. They're all dishonest, miserable fucking hacks. Minnesota has always come first. Always. That's why I believe servant leadership demands of me, and as an optimist, I will hold out some hope that my friends on the other side of the aisle will consider what servant leadership demands of them in this moment. Except they don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Like, Don't capitulate to these people. That's exactly what they want. They want to go after a popular fucking governor who has implemented like beneficial policy in the state. For what express purpose exactly? Because it gives people hope. It gives people hope. And what do the Republicans ultimately want? Just like their fucking corporate oligarchic masters, they want people to not participate within the system because it makes it easier for them to, well, run out the back with all the money. Because again, that's the whole point of the Republican Party. They just want to basically reinforce the current hierarchical systems that exist within Washington and within the United States of America, where it's all about rich people being the main beneficiaries of, well, policies within politics in order to funnel more power and control and money to them specifically. We can work together to combat the criminals, rebuild the public's trust, and make our state stronger. But make no mistake, if Republicans continue down this path of abusing power, smearing entire communities, and running their own fraudulent game at the expense of Minnesotans, we will fight back every step of the way. I'm confident that DFLer will hold this seat come November. I'm confident that I will find ways to contribute to the state I love, even after I've left office next January. But there will be a time to worry about all of that later. Today, I'm proud of the work we've done to make Minnesota America's best place to live and raise kids. I believe in terms of child care, Minnesota is up there and is very, very, very up there in terms of its child care policies. It's done a very good job in terms of the policies. From our new paid leave policy to our child tax credit to our free lunch program. And I'm doubly proud. By the way, this is the stuff that Republicans are all against. If they pretend to care so much about raising families within the United States of America, and they will just do everything actively possible to try to destroy and shit on those fucking policies. Again, paid family leave is a great fucking policy for the express purpose of, again, helping parents raise newborn fucking children, because it is very important for newborn children to have the presence of both the mother and the father within the home in order to be able to be raised properly as a human being, to be able to be contributed to society. But of course, Republicans don't give a fuck about any of that stuff and would prefer to just give enough to that family to be able to raise that kid to military age. Then they take a very renewed interest in that fucking child. I wonder why. Because they just want to use them as fucking soldiers in their stupid, dumb fucking wars. That's literally it. Obviously, child tax credits, something which the Democrats allowed to sunset under the Joe Biden administration. Very cool Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin allowing that shit to sunset, which effectively cut child poverty within America in half. And of course, the flagship program within Minnesota from Tim Walz was the free lunch program within schools, which allowed for more kids to be able to participate within fucking schooling. Because it turns out in America, very often a lot of kids tend to go hungry when they're at fucking school because they can't fucking afford food because their families are extremely poor and impoverished. Those are all things that Republicans would love to destroy. And I'm doubly proud of the incredible team we've put together to make that vision a reality. Thank you to every member of my staff and every state employee who's part of this fight. We need you on the job to tackle the more important work ahead. Most of all, I want Minnesotans to know that I'm on the job 24/7, focused on making sure we stay America's best place to live and raise kids. No one will take that away from us. Not the Frosters, not the presidents, not on my watch. Thank you, Governor Tim Walz. Also, what's up, No Autos? So, obviously, as we all know, here's the fucking dumbass who was doing this. We fucking totally love the fact that this Christian national Mormon, of course, this very pious individual is having a Polymarket shirt while filming fucking videos, doing Polymarket ads. Very, very cool. Man, wait, hold on. I thought that Christians claimed that there was not supposed to be any vices. Why are we shilling the evil of gambling as is being said here? Well, that's a little interesting. Doesn't seem to be very, very Christian here of Nick Shirley. Or I should really say who he is. David fucking Hawk. I don't know if Tim Walz is going to be leaving political life. I don't know, to be honest. Don't really know. Boy Meets Mini. That's a good question. I don't want Tim Walz to leave, like, political life. Yeah, obviously, like, because all the attacks coming at him from Republicans are all inherently fucking dishonest. But you know what I think might have happened? The Vance Bolter stuff and the killing of Melissa Hortman might have really spooked him. I think that's a potential sort of thing that happened, right? Because we all know, we all know that the President of the United States did not give a fuck about that killing of Melissa Hortman and her husband, right? Just didn't give a shit about it. Didn't talk about it whatsoever. No flags at half-mast. None of that. No paying respect for any of that whatsoever. Because again, for Republicans, they're allowed to ratchet up the temperature of violent rhetoric as much as they want. But if Democrats try to push back against that, or liberals, of course, try to push back against that under any fucking circumstance, then it's like a 5-alarm fire for the Republican Party. These people are, again, they're all charlatans. They're liars. They are dishonest. They just want to make I don't know, might makes right world where anyone can just eat anyone, depends on just who's stronger. Like, that's literally it. They overall care about maintenance of hierarchy. That is it. Yep, he did have a fucking hit list of about 70 plus people. And there's going to be more like Vance Bolter because of these motherfucking charlatans in power who put out all this propaganda. But obviously, let's get to the intercept piece. So David, it turns out, is actually a political operative with connections to the Minnesota State House. And he also has connections to the fucking White House. David Hawk, identified only by the first name in Nick Shirley's video, got info for his anti-Somali campaign from a GOP State House staffer. Well, that's a little interesting. So David Hawk, that's the one source that fucking Nick Shirley was using in his fucking video to basically say, like, this David over here has been doing investigation all the time, or investigation, where he... I'm just gonna fucking make fun of this, like, dumb fuck moron's intonations, because he intonates like that because he knows that the people who watch his channel are about as stupid as he is. That David Hawk individual, complete fucking charlatan and liar. All of the fucking numbers that he was using, based off of a fucking lie. The DOJ is already doing investigations into that. The state is also participating and helping out with those investigations. Like I said before, like with all the fucking pedo hunters that exist, random fucking morons who decide to come in and just cause a bunch of issues and just throw out random bullshit into the fucking wind is not going to help the investigation. It only makes everything difficult because now they're bogged down with having to listen to a bunch of paid fucking propagandists put out a bunch of fucking bullshit. And then it's like, well, now we have to fucking take care of all this bullshit. It's one of those situations where, specifically with David Hawk and Nick Shirley's video, to go through it and debunk everything is going to take way more time than it is inherently worth to do. In his video alleging fraud at Somali-owned daycare centers in Minneapolis, right-wing YouTuber Nick Shirley was led around the city by a purported whistleblower called Only David. Shirley and outlets like Fox News that credulously picked up the influencer's video credited David by first name only, while Shirley's video portrayed the man as a party interested in purported fraud because he observed daycare centers near his office in downtown Minneapolis. Like, that was the whole basis of the evidence, that they observed fraud. Any details on as to what the fuck that can potentially mean? Did Nick Shirley provide any of that? No, of fucking course not. He just, like, saw fraud happen, and therefore fraud must have fucking happened. Because, again, with all these people, they have a conclusion already in their mind, and they're trying to work backwards to try to justify their idiotic fucking delusions. David, it turns out, is actually a political operative with connections to the Minnesota State House. Shirley's main source is a lobbyist and a one-time right-wing candidate for Minnesota Attorney General, whose full name is David Hawk. The guy is a fucking GOP fucking asset the whole fucking time. And probably because he got blown the fuck out in his race for Minnesota Attorney General in Minnesota, he's now becoming a fucking right-wing fucking propagandist. Dude, the fact that you delusionally believed that you were going to fucking win in Minnesota, of all places, the attorney general position, and then you decided to get fucking salty about it, is some of the most fucking pathetic shit on the fucking planet, dude. Incredible. Accounts bearing his name have a long online history posting about the Somali community in Minnesota. A TikTok and recently deleted Instagram account posted almost exclusively on the subject, including derogatory statements about Somalis and Muslims. Every Somali in Minnesota is engaged in fraud, all of them. Hawk posted on the now deleted Instagram account. So you're telling me that this guy is a fucking propagandist. Shocker. In November, he posted, even the blacks have had enough of the demon Muslims. Hawk's last name was not given in Shirley's video because they were protecting him, because then if you knew about David Hawk's last name, it'd be really easy to fucking search him up, and then all of this would have been immediately uncovered, and it would have instantaneously made Fox News' reporting out to be lies, and the fucking video out to immediately be a fucking propagandist hit piece. Shocker, I know. According to the video, Hawk received information for his campaign against Somali daycare centers from the Minnesota State House. Emails shown in the video reveal he got state funding figures for specific centers from a Republican staffer named Joe Marble. What's the likelihood that this Republican staff... Because we've seen all the chat logs and shit of how these Republican fucking staffers act. They're all fucking Hitlerites. What's the likelihood that they lied about all of the fucking numbers? Very fucking high. I wouldn't put it past them. Neither Hawk nor Marble responded to requests for comment. Shocker. Marble works as a committee administrator for the Minnesota House Republicans, as well as a research consultant for the House GOP caucus, according to his LinkedIn profile. Marble and Hawk ran two lobbying groups together years ago. Okay. Including one involved with the gambling industry. Explains the fucking Polymarket fucking shirt. Well, I thought these fucking Republicans were supposed to be pious Christians who were supposed to be against all vices. And then they run lobbying groups for fucking gambling. Classic. Always fucking liars. These people are always fucking liars, dude. The pair were elementary and high school classmates. Oh, they were buddy-buddy for their whole lives. Very cool. After Shirley's 42-minute video won praise from MAGA figures across the country, including from the Trump administration, Minnesota Republicans were quick to hitch their wagons to the expose. State Representative Lisa DeMuth said during a virtual news conference Monday that our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley. For his part, in an X post on Wednesday, Shirley denied working with or even knowing who DeMuth is. Hawk, however, speaks openly about his links to the Minnesota State House in the video. Yeah, maybe I should have watched that part of the video. Perhaps. But it was obvious from the beginning. These people are all paid propagandists. They're liars. They're just doing this because, again, they have their gripes against a very popular fucking governor and wanted to take him down politically. That is it. That's always what this has always been about for the Republicans. Again, don't engage in terms of policy, because if they engage in a policy debate, they lose 100% of the time because they have no policy to run on. Ever. They never run on fucking policy. Because, again, if they were to run on policy, they would get blown the fuck out pretty much every single time. I have some contacts in the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from the research done by the people at the state capitol, Hawk says in the video. Is it? Is it? Is it 100% accurate? Because we know that the Republicans like to lie all the fucking goddamn time. So you can't trust any of their fucking numbers. They are all charlatans. They are all fucking liars. Even what they're reporting has a grain of truth to it, i.e. a few fraud cases. They exaggerate and generalize it into a problem with the entire Somali community. Yeah, because they're just racists. Like, this dude fucking called all Muslims demons. Should be, like, whoa, the dude's a fucking Islamophobe. Oh, crazy. The dude has a problem with Somalis. Whoa, crazy. Who would have thought? Printouts Hawk carries throughout the video show a December 3rd email to Hawk's Hotmail from a Minnesota State House address for Marble. The subject line says, Mako Childcare, referring to one of the closed daycare centers the pair visited in the video. In one of the emails, Marble notes that a Google Maps images of one of the daycare centers shows Somali guys standing out front. That doesn't mean necessarily that it's run by how do you, like, they could be just working there for the daycare center. Maybe they're doing, like, a different project there. Maybe they're just, like, random workers that got hired, I don't know, that are, like, do construction work and are doing renovation work. You have no idea. Just because of fucking Google Maps images of some Somali people standing outside in front of a daycare center, that doesn't necessarily mean it's being run by Somalis. But do Republicans care about any of that stuff? No. Though Shirley doesn't use Hawk's last name, the video contains information about his identity. The logo on Hawk's t-shirt is obscured, but his name, email address, and the house email address of his former lobbying partner, Marple, are all visible on the email printout he carries throughout Shirley's video. Whoops. Probably should have edited that out if you were, I don't know, actually doing a good job at your propaganda. Shirley interviews Hawk in an office with photographs behind him depicting examples of metal roofing. Several of the same photos are used in an online promotional materials for Garlock French, a roofing company in Minneapolis. Hawk was an employee at Garlock French, according to social media posts and a campaign finance disclosure related to a political donation in 2020. Garlock French did not respond to a request for comment. Oh, there's also corruption also going on here. Shocker. The email address for David Hawk, listed in the documents in the video, also leads to multiple accounts around the web linked to the lobbyist. The Hotmail address is listed in a public document documenting Hawk's request for a waiver for a late fee related to the renewal of his lobbyist registration in 2024. Hawk retains his active lobbyist registration in the state. Oh, so again, he's asking his fucking buddies in the fucking state house in order to waive fucking fees for him. And obviously they're going to grant that for him. Shocker. The email address... Hawk's email is also listed on a TikTok account for Ladder White, a company formed by Hawk to sell ladder safety equipment, where Hawk's videos on the Minnesota Somali community were posted. One of the posts on the TikTok channel shows the same printed list of Somali-owned daycares Hawk holds in the Shirley video. After The Intercept began making inquiries for this article, Hawk's Instagram account was deleted and the name of his TikTok account was changed, with the list email address removed. He got caught and decided to try to cover up his tracks. Yeah. You wouldn't be doing that if you weren't a fucking known, paid fucking propagandist. I mean, he is a fucking lobbyist for Republicans, so shouldn't be really surprising. Hawk ran for Minnesota Attorney General in 2010 as the Resource Party candidate. Okay. Sometimes lobbyists on gaming issues. Hawk campaigned largely on a platform of opposing what he alleged was Italian mafia influence in local tribal casinos. Sure, man. Far-right frenzy. In the viral video, Shirley and Hawk set out to prove that daycare centers listed in Marble's email committed fraud by showing that no children are present. Shirley has since told a CNN reporter, we've seen the fucking video of that, basically the CNN reporter asked really simple follow-up questions and he just stumbled all about and was incapable of answering any of the fucking questions, right? Unironically, he said, like, well, watch my video and you have all the analysis and evidence provided right there. It's just like, okay, yeah, dude. Your schizo video where you're a known paid propagandist making a known fucking propaganda video. Okay, bro. Yeah, totally. That he thought daycares typically unlocked for unannounced visitors. No. Obviously fucking stupid. And the CNN reporter caught that immediately, saying, like, why the fuck would they unlock for unannounced visitors? There's possibly children there, and they don't want a bunch of random people going into places where there are children present, because that seems really stupid to do that in America. Video footage from local Minneapolis residents revealed Shirley and David arrived with masked men, scaring at least one daycare director into not opening the door, he told CBS Minnesota. Well, that's a little interesting. Oh, so he decided to come in with a bunch of random dudes in masks in order to try to bully people into letting him in to do his schizo investigations. Very, very cool. Some of the video's allegations are unclear, with contradictory evidence continuing to emerge, despite Hawk and Shirley claiming ABC Learning Center was always empty. There was a bunch of people that were getting dropped off there. Lies. CBS Minnesota reviewed timestamped footage showing kids dropped off before and after Shirley's visit to the daycare. Shirley's YouTube video has garnered millions of views since it was posted last week and sparked a frenzy on social media over the last week. Vice President J.D. Vance claimed Shirley did far more useful journalism than any of the winners of the 2024 Pulitzer Prizes. And Attorney General Pam Bondi lauded Shirley's video. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem announced that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement investigators were on the ground in Minneapolis right now conducting a massive investigation on childcare and other rampant fraud. So now the DOJ, the FBI, and of course DHS are going to do random dumb fuck investigations to continue the fucking vice signaling so they can come up with any sort of like schizophrenic abuse, or not schizophrenic abuse, excuse rather, for continuing to crack down on Somalis, because that's the whole point of all of this. The Trump administration froze all child care funds to the state of Minnesota, demanding an audit of the daycare centers in the video. Of course, as always, Trump is going to just go along with all this. Duh. It's all about politics with these people. Nothing honest going on here whatsoever. Copycat amateur researchers on Twitter are now trying to recreate Shirley's methods, showing up at businesses and even home daycares owned by members of immigrant communities in other states where there are not fraud investigations going on. Because this is the direct byproduct. It's all about harassing fucking migrants with these people. Always, consistently. That's the fucking current scapegoat that they're operating off of to not only distract from the fucking Epstein files, but also to come up with another fucking schizophrenic fucking distraction for the fact that Donald Trump is trying to run a dumb fuck kangaroo court for Nicolas Maduro to try to occupy Venezuela and steal the fucking resources of the Venezuelan people. All about distractions with these fucking dumbasses, consistently. In an interview on Donald Trump Jr.'s podcast, Shirley and Hawk's research had been suppressed. There's a man by the name of David, Shirley said. He's been trying to get people to listen to him for years. He's gone to journalists, but they won't even shed a light on what he's saying because he's a liar. He is a liar. He is a propagandist. He is a known lobbyist for the Republican Party. He has biases that he's operating off of. So, of course, they're not going to fucking listen to him. Like, duh. Obviously. Why the fuck would they? Shouldn't really go without any sort of say here. Tim Walz is making himself look extremely fucking weak here for no fucking goddamn reason. Like, literally, no fucking goddamn reason. Like, why is he capitulating to these people? Why? Why capitulate to them? These people are fucking propagandists. Known fucking propagandists. They cannot be fucking trusted with anything. Right? So why fucking capitulate to them for no reason? Why? Why? Why capitulate to them? Why do that? It makes literally no fucking sense. But it pretty much shows to be one thing only. Tim Walz just doesn't have the fucking fight in him. He just doesn't have it. He's like every other fucking Democrat. where he's just willing to just not capitulate up front. He's definitely more progressive and better than most average fucking Democrats, but he just doesn't have that fucking dog in him. Just doesn't have that fucking dog in him. Willing to fight against obvious propagandists' attempts to try to fucking take him down. And unfortunately, it's fucking successful. We know that Nick Shirley is just a liar and a propagandist. Where he went to people, specifically David Hawk, who are known fucking liars and propagandists for Minnesotan Republicans within the state house. So, again, you don't fucking capitulate to these people. You can't fucking give them any grace or anything because they will just lie. And he's probably because he's just too afraid, right? But given what happened to Melissa Hortman by Vance Bolter, that's more than likely why he's probably being capitulating sort of upfront to this delusional fucking conspiracy that's been spun up here by Nick Shirley and David Hawk and the Republican Party. Because we all know Biden is doing an investigation. He was started doing an investigation, I think, at around 2022 into all of the fraud that's going on with the daycares with Minnesota. And they've been indicting people. This current DOJ, probably more incompetently, but is still following through with those fucking investigations. It is ongoing. Having some two random fucking propagandist dipshits, which these people are, it's been proven at this point that they are just propagandist fucking dipshits with connections to the White House and Minnesota fucking Republicans, and that none of this should have ever been fucking believed from the beginning. You are essentially giving them a win for literally no fucking reason. Oh, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if that had a part to play in this. Boy Meets Minnie, that this propaganda probably stopped Omar Fateh from running for higher office. I wouldn't be surprised, but because again, these people are all charlatans. Unfortunately, the left doesn't really have an apparatus to combat all of this effectively because there's so much of it and it's so stupid and would take so long to fucking debunk that, again, like Hassan said in his predictions for 2026, lying is only going to get more and more fucking overpowered because of the fact that, well, as expected, all the Republicans they don't give a fuck about any of this stuff. It's all just going to be propaganda. They can't, in terms of their policy, they can't stand on their own 2 feet. If they are truthful about anything, people are going to immediately understand that these people are hacks and grifters and are all fucking propagandists. So, again, they just have to keep lying and lying and lying and lying because it's the only sort of avenue that these people can operate off of in order to have any form of fucking success. So, as expected, Nick Shirley, David Hawk, propagandists, liars, and Governor Tim Walz is resigning for what reason exactly? To just basically capitulate to these people. Extremely fucking weak. You should not give any grace to these people and continue to just attack them and call them out for the liars and fucking hacks that they always have been. And the purpose of this has always been rather fucking simple. They just want to go after Somalis. That's literally it. Don't think there's really much else to say besides Republicans are all a bunch of dumb fucking morons and racists. Oh, man. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate Republicans? Well, it bears mentioning again. I fucking hate Republicans. I hate them so much. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. I need to take off my sweater. I'm sweating. It's obviously illegal under international law. It's illegal under U.S. law. But Mad King Trump wants his Iraq 3 electric boogaloo war with Venezuela. And so he's just going to do a random fucking invasion of Venezuela. Because he can. No one else is going to really stop them. And it just makes everything worse. Because, like, think about it. Okay, so they deposed Maduro. Alright, sure. They just randomly fucking kidnap him. His vice president takes power. Okay. Maduro was already willing to sort of negotiate with the United States of America, saying, like, we're willing to let you come in and have American companies and investment into our resources. We're totally okay with that. Because this is... Just real quick, no autos. This is the exact same thing that he did with the Iranians. Held multiple rounds of talks that ultimately led to nowhere, and then they just started bombing the shit out of the Iranians anyways. Right? Along with the Israelis. So, stupid. It's mostly people who are not living within the country, right? More richer Venezuelans who were able to get out. And if they're richer, they're more likely to be right-wing, right? Because let's be honest here. Is Venezuela a failed state? Are they a failing state and are having millions of people leave from that state? Yes. That's not necessarily the fault of Nicolas Maduro and a lot of his fucking policies, right? There is a current sanctions regime that has been going on within Venezuela for like the past 10 years. Which has significantly affected the Venezuelan economy. And that really ratcheted up after the 2019 coup attempt that happened under Donald Trump's administration, which was a complete fucking failure. And as a byproduct of the failure of that coup attempt, Donald Trump decided to slap sanctions, very harsh sanctions, on the economy of Venezuela. What did that do exactly? It caused the economy to go into hyperinflation, and as a byproduct, lots of people left because the economy was fucking failing. Whoa, who would have fucking thought? Again, and this is a consistent pattern and a consistent thing that that I always say. Republicans will do a certain policy, not give a fuck at all about the consequences of that policy, and then just like throw their hands up saying like, look at this thing that happened. We're not going to claim responsibility for any of our fucking actions. But look at this thing that we fucking did here. We did this fucking thing. It had this sort of outcome. And as a result, a bunch of people suffered a bunch of consequences for it. Again, these people are charlatans. They are liars. And are not willing to take any responsibility whatsoever for their fucking policies. And for any of their actions. They are all liars, they are freaks, and they are all charlatans. Believe nothing that comes out of the mouth of a Republican. They will always, and I mean always, lie when given the opportunity to do as such. They're nothing but freaks. Liars and freaks. All of them. Nothing that comes out of the mouth of a fucking Republican should be believed. 1000% Boy Meets Minnie. All the centrist Dems who are saying like, well, I'm really glad that Nicolas Maduro was deposed, but you have to do this through congressional approval. Bullshit. No. This was just bad through and through, period. Here's the thing, no autos allowed. For the most part, you're correct in that assessment. The Democrats and the Republicans are more or less the same. If we're talking about in terms of maintenance of the systems of power and control that exist within the United States of America, that being of corporate oligarchic power, right? Republicans and Democrats are not really going to have too much of a problem with that. Whereas Republicans are basically just going to drain more resources and just let the corporations do whatever the fuck they want, scrap all regulation, make everything worse for people, including their own people, by the way, because they don't give a fuck about people. They'll make people suffer. It's actually real quick. This was also a news story here. Lauren Boebert, a bipartisan bill, passed both the House and the fucking Senate, which would regulate chemicals from being put within the within water supplies of the southwestern parts of Colorado. Bipartisan bill that would have regulation for a lot of chemical companies. Popular policy and would mostly affect Republican voters. The president vetoed that. He vetoed it. This was a bill that would have helped his constituents, and he vetoed it. This was good legislation put out by Lauren Boebert, which would have helped people. That I'd be like, this is good legislation. As much as I hate Lauren Boebert. Good piece of legislation that would have helped people within Colorado. He fucking vetoes it because he only cares about his billionaire buddies. That's it. I left Romania when I was really, really young, so I do not know a ton about the politics there. I just know about a lot more of the recent stuff. Yeah. My family was just like, we need to get the fuck out of here, because Romania's gonna go to shit. And it did go to shit. But it's getting better from what I understand, so. Still a ton of fucking problems in that country, though. Although, you know, with the whole fiasco of Călin Georgescu, with the Supreme Court stepping in saying, like, yeah, you can't run here. Like, fuck off. You took a bunch of Russian money. So we're going to delay the, after basically, you know, about 5 months off of the election as a byproduct of the corruption probe into Călin Georgescu when he took obvious fucking Russian money, and him getting basically owned there. Well, yeah, it's because, you know, Russian propagandists, like, propaganda bullshit. It was obvious that he was paid by the fucking Russians to say all the shit that he... You know, standard fucking bullshit. Yeah, Coca-Cola has microchips. I mean, it's expected from, like, dumbass fucking far-right dipshits. They say a bunch of dumbass shit. And, you know, Călin Georgescu got owned. The new candidate then got owned by, what? Basically a liberal, right? The same party that was already in power within Romania, which are also very, very fucking corrupt, but whatever. Because they're the ones who, if I recall correctly, did that whole... if a politician has a corruption charge of, 20,000 lei on them, they should all be pardoned. And that's what caused, like, a huge protest movement. I think in around 2019, like, hundreds of thousands of Romanians were out in the streets saying, like, no, don't do the be free from corruption bill. You can fuck off with that bullshit. Right? So, that's true. Yeah, he's not much better. Like, in terms of, like, Romania, it's all just complete dog shit. It's just what's less dog shit. And Călin Georgescu was the most fucking dog shit. Right? This guy is pretty much, like, not Eurosceptic and says, like, personally, I don't think that Russia should take over Ukraine. And it's just like, well... It's probably about as good as you're going to get in Romania. And that's Romania in a nutshell. That's about as good as you're going to get in Romania. Romania in a nutshell. Anyway. Anyway. If we keep Romania as it is, I'll be happy. Just keep the crime rate low, etc. Well, here's the thing. Like, the reason why probably the crime rate was... I'm not sure what the crime rate was like in Romania before, but I would assume joining the EU probably significantly helped with that a lot, because you now have the ability to trade with the bloc of the EU, and a lot more money is able to come into the country, and as a result, well, you can more easily address crime. Because, like, listen, Romania, because of Ceausescu, was really fucking bad. More or less a fucking failed state. Because of how terrible his policies were. Like, because of his fucking, dumbass fucking bullshit here, What? Because of how terrible his agricultural policy was, Romania was forced to ration out food. Because of how terrible his public transportation policy was, engineers were forced to go behind the back of his dumbass fucking wife. I don't even know how much more fucking bullshit can be pretty much said there, but Ceausescu. Oh, the orphan crisis that was in Romania because of the banning of fucking contraceptives and abortion within Romania. That's also another thing. Like, basically everything possible that could be done to fuck up a country, Ceausescu basically did. But, we all know this. We all know just how much of a dumbass Ceausescu is. Anyway. It's getting late. I need to fucking start this shit. On our latest episode of Venezuela Watch, I guess. We're going to call this a mini-series. Sure, whatever. Venezuela Watch. On our latest episode. More attacks are being done in Venezuela and Caracas. I guess Donald Trump decided to get mad or something with Delcy Rodriguez for some reason, because he was talking press conferences saying well, if Delcy doesn't go along with what we want, where she's going to suffer big problems. There's going to be big problems for her if she doesn't go along with a lot of our bullshit or something. And it's just oh, great, wonderful, very cool. We all know that, just to get into Trump's pettiness, because I want to shit on Trump's pettiness as much as possible. Apparently one of the fucking reasons for as to why Donald Trump decided to fucking kidnap Nicolas Maduro to begin with was because of him doing public dances like this. Just to talk about how thin-skinned and narcissistic the individual that we're talking about here in particular, this man decides to do a raid on a fucking goddamn country for the fact that Nicolas Maduro decided to just do some fucking dances with his wife. Unironically, the most fucking pathetic fucking bullshit on the planet. Genuinely fucking insane. And this is being reported by the New York fucking Times. Mr. Maduro's regular public dancings and other displays of nonchalance in recent weeks helped persuade some on the Trump team that the Venezuelan president was mocking them and trying to call what he believed to be a bluff, according to the two of the people. Genuinely fucking insane. The White House decided to follow through on its military threats. Listen, if I just do a little fucking L dance from fucking Fortnite, am I going to be expecting to see random fucking CIA operatives out of my fucking door or something, who are going to be we need to get this no paid propaganda star Harumba. He's insulting our fucking orange pedophile in power. Up. We're going to fucking get rid of you. We're going to fucking kidnap you. Yeah, exactly, no autos. Yeah, I'm expecting fucking Chinook helicopters to all of a sudden be descending with dumbass Delta Bros and other special force operatives with rappelling down to try to bust in my windows, and are just gonna fucking black bag my dumbass for doing a Fortnite fucking L dance. Genuinely fucking insane. But as we all know, here is another potential reason. Just to go over just how ridiculously fucking petty the Trump administration is, here is Maria Corina Machado, the most recent winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. Just a known fucking insane freako Zionist who just wants to run a country because she feels like she should just run the fucking goddamn country. Again, in terms of all of the Venezuelan sort of election results, trust neither fucking party. The opposition has reasons for wanting to basically coup and get rid of the fucking government. That's the Bolivarian government. The Chavistas, obviously. But also don't believe anything from Nicolas Maduro. He is also a fucking liar. Their election numbers are totally cooked. And there was international investigations going on into all of this. But doing a random cutting off the head of the snake here in order to just depose Maduro and try to put in, a US fucking puppet is not going to help the situation. It's only going to make everything fucking worse. Again, the people of Iraq were celebrating in the streets of Baghdad after Saddam Hussein got deposed. How's Iraq going right now, ladies and gentlemen, those in between? Looking at you, fucking dumbass Trump propagandists. Yeah, it's not going all too well for the Iraqis. And they're now allies with the Iranians again because of just how terrible the nation-building attempt worked out within Iraq. And Maria Corina Machado, unironically, might not have been put in place by the President of the United States, because he was saying during his press conference, right after kidnapping Maduro and his wife, and then being paraded around, obviously doing perp walks and all this fucking shit, because again, for whatever reason, Donald Trump decided to do the exact opposite thing that most of these coup attempts would do. When a coup attempt happens, they never bring back the person that they depose back to the United States in order to do a show trial, or rather an attempted show trial. We'll get to the fucking show trial eventually, because that shit's going to be a complete disaster for the DOJ. So they wanted to make a whole show out of this because, again, Donald Trump is a gay, prissy, coastal elitist who is incredibly fucking, gay and fucking prissy, and wanted to make a whole, TV spectacle out of all this. Because, again, all these conservatives are failed fucking theater kids who just want to make a show out of basically everything possible, right? They're all gay, incredibly fucking homosexual, derogatory, and are just very, very fucking gay. Yeah, don't have, listen, let's be honest here, no autos. Don't have content creators as fucking leaders. That would be a terrible fucking idea. Let's not do that. That'd be a complete disaster. But I digress. But here's the thing. The fact that Donald Trump didn't want the new puppet after Juan Guaido and I forget the name of the other guy. Something Gonzalez, I think. I don't remember 100%. The name of the other opposition leader who claimed they got 70% of the vote during the most recent elections. Again, all these people are propagandists. They're all liars. Nothing they say can be believed. But whatever. I digress. The fact that Donald Trump did not want to put in Maria Corina Machado in power after kidnapping Nicolas Maduro. Don't know how exactly he's going to do that with most of the Chavistas still being in power and not really much changing on the ground. And also the military not being particularly big fans of Maria herself. The only reason why he decided to not go ahead with that is because of the fact that she won the Nobel Peace Prize and he didn't. Trump, you did bombings of about 7 different countries during 2025. What makes you think that you are entitled to the fucking Nobel Peace Prize? I mean, you got the FIFA Peace Prize. So you got the fucking participation trophy. I thought conservatives hated participation trophies. Fucking nonsensical. But, here's Maria Corina Machado talking about that exactly.
Right. Did you at any point offer
FIFA DEI trophy.
Nobel Peace Prize? Did that actually happen? I had read that somewhere. I wasn't sure if it was true.
Well,
she dedicated her Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump. She unironically did that to try to suck his balls.
it hasn't happened yet, but I certainly would love to be able to personally tell him that we believe the Venezuelan people, because this is a prize of the Venezuelan people, certainly want to give.
Cucked. Trump fucking hates that shit. What are you doing here? No, you're supposed to just give me the award. Just concede the award and just give it to me, because obviously I've solved 8 wars. I've done such a good job solving 8 wars. Despite the fact that's just a lie. Or now it's 8 1/4 wars or something. I don't know. It's nonsensical.
Give it to him and share it with him. What he has done, as I said, is historic. It's a huge step towards a democratic transition, and I want to.
The fact that she's not going to be put into power because A, the military doesn't really like her all that much, and B, because Donald Trump wanted the fucking Nobel Peace Prize to be given to him instead of her. Chef's fucking kiss. It is a chef's kiss moment right there, ladies and gentlemen, and those in between. To just talk about how pathetic and petty Donald Trump is. But here, just in, obviously the show trial's going on. They did their whole perp walk, tried to aura farm, and be pathetic about it, but whatever. Nicolas Maduro will be defended by one of the most well-known criminal lawyers in the United States of America. Earlier it was reported that Maduro would appear in court with a public defender. However, shortly before the hearing, it became clear that he had hired Washington-based attorney Barry Pollock, who has over 30 years of legal experience. Again, being a world leader, Nicolas Maduro is pretty rich and has access to a lot of fucking resources. Because again, dictator, funneling all the resources to himself specifically and his buddies, because, you know, as much as all these dumbasses like to claim that he's a fucking communist, of course, that being conservatives and all the MLs, Bolivarian socialism is not actual fucking socialism. The means of production are not owned by the fucking proletariat. It is owned by a select few of elites who are part of who are supposed to be the representatives and voices of the proletariat. Bullshit. Like, completely fucking nonsensical. No. You're essentially shifting who owns the means of production from, well, the private owners, right? The bourgeoisie, corporations, the rich, whatnot, you know, private ownership, into private ownership, but is being held by the state instead. Saying like, well, the state can obviously be a better steward for the productive forces of production. Productive forces of production, Jesus Christ. For the forces of production within the country, and eventually we can just let the state fade away. That's essentially the idea behind Marxism-Leninism. Should be completely nonsensical. Why would Marx himself said this? The third state simply exists for the sake of existence. It is an unnecessary third wheel, and it is simply just there to subsist, and that is it, to justify its own existence. Why would funneling more power into the state, funneling the means of production into the state, the main basis of power that exists between class dynamics within society, generally speaking, why would funneling that from private owners into the state necessarily cause the state to sort of fade away? That's nonsensical. It's fucking stupid. No, it's a concentration of further power under a party rather than private owners. It's essentially the same fundamental relationship that's being maintained. But whatever, I digress. My little sort of problem with Marxism-Leninism aside. Pollock previously represented WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange in the plea deal that led to his release. Maduro's wife, Celia Flores, who is also appearing in court, will reportedly be represented by Texas attorney Mark Donnelly. Ooh, the same guy who got Julian Assange a plea deal to secure his release. Essentially, he would plead guilty to the charges, the nonsensical fucking charges being brought to the United States of America for his release. Same fucking attorney who did that. And that was an actual more competent attempt, a lie for the most part, by the Biden DOJ to try to get to Julian Assange. As much as I don't really like Julian Assange all that much, but whatever. A more competent attempt being brought in by a more competent to the GOP in comparison to the kangaroo court attempt that's being done right now by the Trump administration. We've seen the indictment. It's nonsensical, and there's basically no basis for any of the evidence. Some random 1934, like, trumped up fucking gun charge law is what the fucking Trump administration is bringing against Maduro, because apparently he's going to allege that Maduro distributed a bunch of weapons to the fucking cartels that are under his control in order to do drug trafficking. Again, what the fuck does that even mean? Any evidence for any of these claims provided by the Trump administration? No, of course not. It's all a fucking lie, obviously. And of course, the allegations that Nicolas Maduro works with Cartel de las Solas through Tren de Aragua in order to distribute drugs from Venezuela that come from Colombia. You know, the Colombian cocaine that goes to Venezuelan that gets like laced with fentanyl that apparently all the Chinese bring to go to Mexico to mix with the fentanyl or something in order to get distributed into the United States of America, despite the fact that illegal crossings are at 0 as per what the Donald Trump administration is saying. Meaning, like, again, how the fuck are drugs coming in if there's no illegal crossings being done? It's stupid. It's nonsensical. Because, again, it's all based off of a lie. Most of the fentanyl that was coming through the U.S. was coming through legal ports of fucking entry with people claiming asylum. Again, it's nonsense. The indictment is just completely fucking ridiculous. And someone like Barry Pollock, who is a very well-known criminal lawyer, is going to have a real fun time just completely mollywopping the fucking DOJ, slapping them fucking silly, and making them look extremely ridiculous. Quick reminder, most of the lawsuits, and I'm going to say the vast majority of the lawsuits, I think it's like 80+% of their lawsuits, get immediately thrown out and laughed at by the fucking courts. If you want to do kangaroo courts like this, you need to manufacture consent and have the courts on your side. The Donald Trump administration has done none of that fucking prerequisite court. This shit's going to probably be laughed out and is just going to be made fun of because it's just fucking stupid. Just a quick little transcript here from the judge. Are you Nicolas Maduro Moros? I am the president of Venezuela. I consider myself a prisoner of war. I was captured at my home in Caracas. Let me intervene. There will be time for this. I only want to know, are you Nicolas Maduro Moros? Yes. Have you been served the indictment? We waived the public reading. I have it in my hands for the first time. I prefer to read it personally. Anything you say may be used against you. I see you have counsel here, Mr. Pollock. If you cannot afford one, the government will provide a lawyer free of charge. Did you know of these rights? I did not know of these rights until now. Shouldn't be really surprised that they had no idea about any of these fucking rights. How do you plead? I am innocent. I am a decent man. I am president of Venezuela. The plea is not guilty on all counts. Bro just says not guilty. And I don't think he's fucking guilty. Because the administration has just lied and failed to provide any fucking evidence. Now, the question then ultimately becomes, how strong is the fear responses and all the fear-mongering sort of propaganda that's been done over the past several decades of the Chavistas and of Nicolas Maduro is within the court, with the judge, with the jury, and all of this. That ultimately is a question that remains. We all know that the Trump administration, being incredibly corrupt as they are, will probably try to fuck with the jury. Probably. In order to try to get a favorable sort of ruling here to not make themselves look as ridiculous as possible in this rather high-profile sort of court hearing going on with Nicolas Maduro. Despite the fact that the charges here are essentially fucking stupid. That would be a mistrial unless the judge lets that slide. Well, that is ultimately the fucking question there, Boy Meets Minnie. But they'll fucking try to come up with something. They definitely will. So yeah, I guess that's our sort of latest update on Venezuela Watch. I suppose is what I'm calling this fucking goddamn sort of miniseries. Sure, we'll call it Venezuela Watch. More attacks based off of what? Probably schizo nonsense. Donald Trump being, incredibly fucking petty. Him fucking dancing being the main reason why he got fucking nabbed, and this dumbass not getting the fucking position because she took the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. And the DOJ probably going to get completely owned in fucking court by this man right here, Barry fucking Pollock, who also represented Julian Assange. Yeah, this is going to be probably a like I said before, probable complete, like, molly-whopping of the DOJ here, of this, I don't know, wannabe fucking kangaroo court attempt from the United States of America, all because the president wanted to put on a show for himself and his fucking supporters. I'm looking forward to this inevitably blowing up in the face of the president of the United States, because it's completely fucking nonsensical. But we'll see what's more powerful. All the fear-mongering propaganda that has happened and the potential tomfoolery that the Trump administration may try to pull here, or if the rule of law is what ends up winning out in the end for, well, the United States of America from this, you know, wannabe fucking show trial. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Yeah, and we'll see if the judge lets this fucking slide, Boy Meets Minnie. Right? I mean, Donald Trump was saying, like, it's a good judge. We have a good judge on the fucking case here. Even though I don't think that's exactly how that works, but whatever. I don't know if it's like the federal government doesn't get to appoint judges. It's only for, like, federal courts. And this is happening within the Southern District of New York, which Donald Trump, I don't think, gets to appoint. So we'll see what exactly happens. But Trump-appointed judges have gone against his fucking rulings before. Like Judge Immergut, for example, within Oregon, has gone against his fucking, some of the stuff he wanted to do in Portland with the ICE deployments. So, I mean, he doesn't have the fucking courts on his side. He really just does not. So, whatever. Ay, dude. That ay was Romanian as fuck. Oh, I am Romanian. Listen, just because I have not been there for very long and I have not been back to the country for a long fucking while. Listen, listen, I'm very, very Romanian, okay? There was a guy I used to know, right? Who looked at my stream one day, just like took a look at my face and was just like, wow, you are so fucking Romanian. I just tell from the look of you. It's like, that's so fucking funny, dude. Holy shit. Very, very funny. Un pic. Eu pot să vorbesc român, trebuie să vorbesc român cu bunici, pentru că ei nu poate să vorbește engleză sau alte limbe. Trebuie să vorbesc român. Very often I'll forget words. I'll be like, I don't know what this word is. And I'll like blank on certain words, even though I remember the word. I do know what the word is, but I can like manage. Now, if I were to go to Romania, right? Probably eventually after spending some time, after spending some fucking time there, I'll probably, I can survive, right? But am I gonna, if they use, slang and sort of, inside terms and shit like that, I'm not gonna, I'll be like, what the fuck are you saying? These are, it's like, I don't think these words are in the Bible. I think you're just lying to me. I think you're just saying words. These are just, phrases. You speak Romanian as a Hungarian, but it's good. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, if I were to like live there, I'd probably be okay. But I'd have to live there. Yeah, in a few months you get it back for sure. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'd probably be like... Honestly, like, even when I was there for like a couple weeks, I became like confident enough in my ability to fucking speak the language. And I was after like a week and a half in the country. When I was like younger and shit, so... You know. I'd be able to pick it up. I'm... If there's one thing I can pride myself on, it's it being like, if I'm in like social situations or whatever, people are talking about certain things, I pick up on stuff relatively quickly, I'd say. A lot of the stuff that I talk about and say, it's in terms of like talking points and rhetoric, I've picked it up from like watching all the various like media and like shows, political shows that I've watched throughout the years. It's all stuff that I've picked up throughout the years. Patterns I've noticed, things that I understand, like have been able to pick up on. It's, you know, all that stuff. I really need to shave. Amaranth and her husband are back in drama. Whoops. Views are down. Were you a lefty all your life, or did you change your takes? I would mostly, like, in high school, I would say that I was one of those, like, apolitical gamer bro types. Basically, like, one of the more vulnerable sort of people who could potentially fall for Gamergate, but I never really fell for Gamergate because that stuff only really started to pick up when I got to, like, when I was, like, done high school and finished university. Back that stage of my life, I was basically like, I'm just gonna avoid YouTube like the plague because I think it's fucking dog shit. But generally speaking, I never really fell for Gamergate, even though I was like a prime target for Gamergate. Basically, my whole idea was I just kind of felt above it all, and I just didn't really give much of a fuck about politics because I thought it was mostly just kind of stupid. Well, obviously, shit has fucking changed. The sort of thing that changed for me was in 2019, where I decided maybe I should learn more about politics because, yeah, I operated sort of under the position of it's stupid, but it's very important. I would describe myself as not really liking capitalism all that much. Simply just due to the fact that I always thought of capitalism as a ideology that wastes resources. I like playing a lot of strategy games. I like playing a lot of resource management games and stuff, even when I was young. I hate the idea of, like, why is the current economic structure that we have, like, so okay with wasting resources? Like, what the fuck, dude? This is really fucking stupid, right? So, I was more so partial to restructuring of, like, economic systems. I'm like, oh, maybe communism is technically better because it could be more efficient, like, in terms of resource management. And considering the fact that, because I always like to think much further ahead in the fucking future. I always would think like, well, I think like this this sort of economic system for terms of resource allocation is probably going to be better than the one that we have right now. Because I never really thought of fascism as, because I always knew that like fascism is like further privatization of companies under the fucking states. It's like, well, that's just going to be an even bigger waste of fucking resources. So that's going to be also dog shit. So I never really engaged with politics all that much. The thing that changed was in 2019, where I thought like maybe it might be useful in like a work environment to have like more sort of developed politics and have like an understanding of what's going on. Because obviously I was not, in 2016, I didn't think it was good that Donald Trump won. Because I'm like, this guy's just like a complete dumb fuck, right? And I'm just like, he's a dumbass and he won. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. Wow, he's an idiot. Very, very cool. Fantastic. I didn't really vote when I could have voted for Justin Trudeau, for example, I decided not to vote because I was just like, I don't really care all that much, and he's probably going to win anyways, and I'm in a student district. I don't give a shit. Much to the chagrin of my, childhood friend who said, like, you have to vote anyways. It's your civic duty. It's good to do. Like, just go fucking do it. It doesn't take that long. I'm like, I don't care enough about doing it. Whatever. Don't give a shit. Oh, yeah, for sure. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I, talk about this shit all the time. What was I saying? In 2019, I decided to get more into it and actually start looking into, politics. So I went back on YouTube after basically non-engagement with, YouTube for a very, very long time. Oh, you're the same age as me. I'm also 29. And also just because, Achievement Hunter died as, a company, not like a company, as more or less like a series. And, I decided to just start looking back into it. Because I'm like, it's probably worthwhile for me to start learning this stuff. Taking a look into this stuff. Initially, what the algorithm fed me was Tim Pool and Jordan Peterson. And initially what I thought of Tim Pool is, he's kind of uninteresting. I watched, a couple of his segments. I just thought he was, very uninteresting. Now, Tim Pool back in 2019 was more so doing his classic liberal sort of shtick, where he was a liberal who was disaffected by the left. And I was like, meh. I didn't really care about all that stuff. And then I got fed some Jordan Peterson. I watched some Jordan Peterson lectures, and I didn't find them particularly interesting because I was just like, I don't really care about psychology and philosophy all that much. Whatever. How that's fucking changed now at this point. And then the algorithm decided to feed me James Alsop. And I took a look at a James Alsop video. Now, for those who don't know, James Alsop is a Nazi, unironically. He did a rather infamous debate against both Vosh and Destiny, where essentially, I don't know, he did the whole sort of white nationalist fuck a McGee rigmarole, made to look like a complete clown by both Vosh and Destiny, and well, yeah, complete fucking clown because he's just a white nationalist. He's a fucking Nazi, unironically. Yeah, well, it turns out Jordan Peterson is a bit of a fucking loon, and it was always a grift with Jordan Peterson. I did a long sort of historical breakdown on Jordan Peterson on my fucking YouTube. Tack on Grifters, Jordan Peterson is probably what I fucking called it. Yeah, it turns out he's just... It's mostly fucking bullshit with Jordan Peterson. He lied about Bill C-16. His book is sort of It's like the kind of advice where it's just yeah, sure, I mean, this is fine advice and whatever. It's very basic stuff, and I mean, it's fine. It's whatever. Who cares? It's okay. It's not bad advice. It's just whatever. And then, you keep going down the rabbit hole, and it's just, he became a complete fucking lunatic. He had his fucking benzos thing happen, and then he just kind of lost his mind. And became the dumbass propagandist that he always was. But never take a look into any sort of economics positions from Jordan Peterson. his whole shtick is that, well, rich people are justified in the hierarchy because they earn more money, so therefore, since they have a higher position in the hierarchy, therefore they are morally just. Yeah. And all poor people should just suffer as a result. And it's just like, okay, dude, nice fucking meme. And then, yeah, couldn't give less of a fuck about Jordan Peterson. But after, they're really bad. Basically, like, he just says, like, poor people should basically just pull themselves up by their bootstraps and eat shit, basically, because of the fact that they're at a lower rung of the fucking hierarchy because they have no money. Like, that's literally it. And thinks that welfare should be gotten rid of in order to have, like, poor people be able to pull themselves up by their bootstraps more. It's just like, okay, bro, nice meme. And as a byproduct, as a result of all of this bullshit, because I watched, like, a little bit of a James Allsup video, but I saw it through it basically immediately. I was just like, oh, it's all fucking cringe Gamergate fucking shit that's, like, dumb and cringe. Fuck off. Like, this is nonsense. And that's when I discovered Hassan Piker, The Young Turks, Secular Talk, and others. The Majority Report. And then I became a lefty ever since. And that's that. And also, like, the thing is with the right's arguments never really fucking convinced me whatsoever. Their positions never really convinced me. But the left-wingers they would present evidence and statistics and data every single time they'd make an argument. And I was just like, these guys are presenting, like, facts, statistics, data in their arguments. And these guys just don't. They don't do that. I'm going to believe these guys instead of these guys. That's pretty much what happened. And then, you know, I joined all the Discords, I joined the friend circles, yada, yada, yada. I used to know, like, most of Hassan's, I used to be friendly with them. And then Ukraine happened. And the 2020 election of Bernie Sanders also happened. And I became overall, like, very, very disillusioned with, like, a lot of the Bernie or bust stuff and, like, general sort of Marxist-Leninists and a lot of the bullshit that Hassan was doing in trying to do, like, a lot of apologetics for, like, more Marxist-Leninist states. I became disillusioned and I moved on. And I don't know, I became, like, I don't know, probably, like, public enemy number one in most of the minds of these people. And then they just basically said, like, because the final straw that broke the camel's back was Ukraine for me. Because it's just like, oh, wow, these people just hate East Europeans and just want all of us would prefer to have, like, a return of USSR to fucking Electric Boogaloo. And all these people actually do not give a fuck about the tenets of Marxism. I also read some fucking theory. Yeah. I also started reading a little bit. And it's just like, oh, wow. These people are all fucking liars. Crazy. And we're here now.
Marxist-Leninists are all full of shit.
Who would have thought? I think I'm just going to do this bit on Iran. And then I'll talk about Zohran stuff tomorrow. It's late. It's late. I found one Romanian Marxist fucking Leninist account on Twitter. I don't see them post much anymore. That dude is, like, so fucking intriguing to me. It's just like, okay, wow, you're a dude. You're an interesting individual. I think we're closer to Christian liberation types or anarchist types like Graeber or Fisher. I agree more with anarchists than I do with Marxist-Leninists. I describe myself as a libertarian socialist, right? Liberty. People being able to have decisions and the ability to be able to make choices of their own will, which is something that Marxist-Leninists explicitly do not support, which is what I have problems with, obviously. I very much so take a very, very Nietzschean sort of perspective where I'm very much... I think of myself as a person with a very strong will. And I like these sort of ideas behind the will to power. The will for people to be able to exercise their own decisions in their own lives, to be able to take decisions and make them for themselves, right? I do probably plan on reading a bunch of fucking shit. I just have to, I don't know, find time to do it at some point. I really should be reading more. The fact that I'm not is pretty bad, I'll be quite honest, but I have more things to be concerned about. Yeah, there is a lot to read. And I am interested in, reading and learning about it. I do have an interest in it. I do want to do it, but it's just... I've just been in a bit of a rut about it. That's about it. And that's kind of my problem. Libsocks like Ambedkar or Mbukchin. I probably would agree with a lot of stuff from Ambedkar and Mbukchin. Graeber, Fisher. I mean, I've read Mark Fisher, but that's a different Fisher. Have I heard of Emile Cioran? I have no idea who Emile Cioran is. Romanian philosophy? What the? I didn't think we have philosophers. Oh, he talks about suffering and nihilism. Interesting. I also saw immediately Schopenhauer. I'm just like, oh, he probably got inspired by fucking Schopenhauer. If he likes nihilism, he more than likely got inspired by Schopenhauer, if I were to take a guess. Schopenhauer loved talking about fucking nihilism. But it turns out that shit didn't really fly with Hegel. Because he got blown the fuck out by Hegel. Haha. Funny. Oh, influenced by Friedrich Nietzsche and Arthur Schopenhauer. Yeah. I mean, if his thing is like he likes talking about suffering and nihilism, he definitely got inspired by fucking Schopenhauer. 1000 fucking % he got inspired by Schopenhauer. That makes perfect sense to me. The trouble with being born. Jesus Christ. Nihilism. My thing with nihilism is, generally speaking, I don't really like to... I prefer to sort of... I have a funny relationship with nihilism. I do think of myself as incredibly fucking pessimistic. But more so as a sort of byproduct of more so the times that we find ourselves in, the sort of like manufacturing of consent that's essentially been done for the sort of corporate oligarchic sort of state that we find ourselves under, and just how terrible it is, to be honest. But I always prefer to try to be optimistic, even though I do feel like I'm quite cynical and pessimistic enough myself. I prefer to try to take an optimistic path forward, because I think that being overtly nihilistic and pessimistic is just not going to be very productive to sort of being able to affect some form of change politically speaking, right? So it's just I find it to be incredibly fucking destructive. It's useful, but it can be like very, very destructive. Zohran is probably the most pessimistic philosopher I ever knew. That's funny. Anyway. Probably get started on this fucking segment. After getting attacked by fucking Flemination. Just in, Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado dedicates Nobel Peace Prize to Trump. Man, that's so fucking funny. God, that's fucking hilarious. Alright, time to get banned by Twitch for, I don't know, pretending to suck cock. Anywho, let's get started with this shit. Apparently, there's new protests from Iran. Now, we all know about the protests that happened, I think, about 4 years ago after the killing of Masa Amina, I think her name is. Masa Amina? The Kurdish woman who basically got killed by the Iranian morality police. Masa Amini. Thank you, Boy Meets. You know how bad I am with names. I'm terrible with names. I always forget names all the time, unless it's like drilled into my head. Masa Amini. Kurdish woman got killed by the morality police. Huge wave of protests happened within the country. Did much change? Unfortunately, no. There's a new wave of protests now as Trump is now issuing a bunch of fucking threats saying that he might do more bombing of the nuclear sites. Because again, it turns out the Iranian nuclear sites that were, for example, bombed by the Trump administration at this point. When was the bombing again? That shit, I think, was like in August or July. I think it was at some point in the summer, right? Something like that. And basically, it got bombed, and as a byproduct, it turns out, and complete shocker to everyone, it turns out all the experts said, like, this maybe delays them by a couple of months, but doesn't really take out their nuclear program. It's been a couple of months, they rebuilt, and now the threats are being issued again. They really just want to do all the fucking goddamn threats possible. If Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. Constant fucking saber rattling as always. This is the exact same bullshit always done by all the administration's presidents saying like, oh, you're killing peaceful protesters, we're gonna fucking come in and invade your country. Not that I'm saying shooting peaceful protesters is a good thing, or that what Iran is doing here is good. I do not like the Ayatollah. I do not like the religious theocratic state, rather, that exists within Iran. Not a big fan of the Ayatollah. Obviously, the communists should have won and the socialists should have won. During the 1973 Islamic Revolution that happened in Iran, you know, when the Islamists were working in tandem with the socialists to depose the fucking Shah after the U.S. Deposed Mohammad Mossadegh, who was, I believe, a lefty, that both the British and the CIA did a coup in order to have BP continue to extract Iranian oil, right? After the implementation of the Shah, he got deposed because he was a dogshit dictator that nobody fucking liked. And while the Islamists ended up winning out over the fucking communists and socialists within Iran, ended up taking over the country and installing a Islamic fucking rule. So, you know, very, very cool, very good. Quick fucking history lesson there of Iran specifically. And we've seen this whole sort of same song and dance before. Oh, protesters are getting shot by the obvious fucking dictator that's currently in power, who's bad. Bad, again, Ayatollah is bad, period, end of story. That doesn't mean you should go in there and try to do regime change. He's talked about doing regime change in Iran before. That would be a complete fucking disaster. The Zagros Mountains are right there, dude. If you were to do an invasion, an attempt at regime change, gonna be a disaster. It's not gonna work out as well as the Trump administration thinks. And his approval rating would tank more and more. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So, yeah, he's threatening the Iranians again. Oh, excuse me. We also know that Israel is again interested in renewed attacks against Iran because of all the constant claims that Benjamin Netanyahu has been doing for the past 30 years, saying Iran has a nuke. They have a nuke and they're going to nuke Paris. They're just going to do it, guys. Evidence for this? None. Yeah, basically none. As expected from Israel, they lie about it about as much as they breathe. Especially Benjamin Netanyahu. They love to fucking lie. But we all know current protests in Iran are happening right now. I want to get into some of the fucking reasonings for as to why. It's mostly over costs of fucking living. So, the BBC article talks about the more recent stuff, but I want to take a look just at a quick basis of the protests. Iran is one of the most sanctioned countries in the world. A range of international restrictions mean that Tehran is struggling to access international financial markets and frozen foreign assets. One of the things that the Trump administration constantly complains about over and over and over again is about Iran was able to get more terrorists because of Biden giving them hundreds of billions of dollars. Those were Iranian frozen assets that the Biden administration gave back to Iran as a way to try to get back into the Iran nuclear deal that Donald Trump pulled the U.S. out of, which was working. It was ineffective policy there by Barack Obama, but since Trump is a petty fucking narcissist, anything that any predecessors do that he doesn't do, he's automatically going to think as bad. Very, very fucking cool. The country's increasing reliance on imports is exacerbating the situation and fueling inflation. Makes a lot of sense. Can't really participate within global markets. Probably has to rely on a lot of the Russians and the perhaps even Indians a little bit, and also the Chinese to be able to keep their economy going. On Sunday, the Iranian rial dropped to 1.42 million against the US dollar, a 56% drop in value in just 6 months. I'm just curious, what exactly is leading to this precipitous sort of drop? Obviously, being reliant on on doing a bunch of imports is definitely not fucking helping, but they have to get around the sanctions somehow. And obviously, exports for them are going to be really difficult because of, again, Trump renewing a lot of the harsh sanctions on Iran, specifically for what purpose exactly? That's mostly the reasoning as to why, despite the fact that, like I said before, the Iran nuclear deal was working. 11 meetings by the IAEA was essentially saying and affirming that Iran was following the tenets of the deal. Obviously, Trump thinks it's a bunch of bullshit and decided to tear up the deal. For what exactly? Because in reality, he pretends to be a populist, but is a neocon in fucking sheep's clothing. He always wanted to do war. Completely fucking nonsensical, as always, as expected. The plummeting currency has driven inflation, with food prices soaring by an average of 72% compared with last year. God damn. If only the government, instead of focusing on fuel, could bring down the price of other goods, taxi driver Majid Ibrahimi told Al Jazeera, the prices of dairy products have gone up 6 times this year and other goods more than 10 times. God fucking damn. I know that these haven't, They've been mostly like smaller protests, isolated in a lot of provinces, but they've been growing, right? I think like now the protests are growing into more riots. More and more people are getting upset with the fucking cost of living. The inflation crisis is out of control in Iran because of Donald Trump implementing the fucking sanctions that he is. Probably as a byproduct of, again, Israel going ahead with their attacks on the regime for the express purpose, because Israel has also talked about this. They want to do a fucking regime change so badly within Iran to try to, I don't know, re-implement the fucking Shah or something. I think, like, the son or the grandson of the Shah has made appearances on American news media consistently supporting regime change within Iran. I don't really have to reiterate just how terrible of an idea that's going to be. If there is war with Iran and an attempted regime change with Iran, if people think it's going to be bad with Venezuela and bad in Afghanistan, Iran is going to be significantly worse. At the very least, areas, states like Afghanistan and Venezuela are easier targets because they are somewhat failing or failed fucking goddamn states. Iran, at the very least, has an actual standing army, is a functioning state, you know, functioning through the harsh sanctions about as much as it can be functioning as a byproduct of the tearing up of the Iran nuclear deal, which was, I'm going to reiterate this again, effective in the policy of preventing Iran from getting a nuke, which was allegedly the stated goal of the United States and the UN. But, you know, Israel kept doing their schizo, dumbfuck, like, PowerPoints alleging that Iran is not listening to the nuclear deal. The nuclear deal is really, really bad. Blah, 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 blah. Because for Israel, all they care about is their ethno-nationalist project of greater fucking Israel and just claiming a bunch of territory for themselves because they are crazed fucking psychopaths who are just a bunch of ethno-nationalist fucking freaks. Again, the state of Israel is really, really fucking bad. Don't think I have to keep reiterating this point over and over again. Yeah, Israel's pretty bad, guys. And now we have the protests entering their 9th day as Trump is renewing threats of intervention. I mean, we saw one of the threats. He's been done that, I don't know, that gaggle on, for example, Air Force One, saying that, yeah, I want it, like, listen, we're going to bomb Iran again. We're going to bomb the nuclear sites because they're rebuilding their nuke. They're not, you guys are currently not a part of the nuclear deal, and they're not a part of the nuclear deal, so of course they're going to try to build a fucking nuke. Like, no shit, dumbass, but whatever. We all know about what exactly is going on in terms of the state of the Iran nuclear deal. It's obviously now a complete fucking shamble of a deal because of specifically Donald Trump being jealous of the fact that Barack Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for that nuclear deal, which was effective. A wave of protests sparked by Iran's failing economy has continued for a 9th day as President Donald Trump renewed his threat of U.S. intervention. Videos published online on Monday show demonstrations in the capital Tehran and the southwestern city of Yasuj. Human rights activists have said protests have taken place in 26 of the country's 31 provinces since last week. The Al Jazeera article, I think, says that it was 17 of the 31, so they're definitely spreading. Like, are they as large as the ones that happened after Masa Amini's fucking killing by the morality police? No. They're not as large yet, but this has certainly the potential of spiraling out of control if the sort of Iranian state continues to respond by just killing a bunch of fucking peaceful protesters. This certainly has the potential of escalating out of control and potentially becoming a countrywide riot and protest movement to try to depose the fucking Ayatollah. I know that they've been saying that they're trying to put in, again, economic reforms. I think the Prime Minister recently also alleged, like, we're trying to work on the fucking issue, but we're kind of having some problems because of the fucking sanctions. Again, like, the sort of common through line here is the fact that the sanctions that have been put on by the U.S. specifically is causing a lot of this fucking economic instability with the Iranians not being able to participate within international fucking markets, making it cause more instability for the express purpose of more bombing campaigns, more than likely being done by both the Israelis and the United States of America, because bloodthirsty warmongers are going to bloodthirsty warmonger and try to do regime change anywhere they fucking can. Man, I thought Trump was supposed to be the pro-peace guy. I thought Trump was supposed to be the guy who was not like a fucking neoconservative, was a populist. Well, turns out that was a lie the whole time. Who would have thought? 26 of the country's 31 provinces since last week, and that at least 19 protesters and one member of the security forces have been killed. Trump warned on Sunday that Iranian authorities would be hit very hard if more protesters died. We're watching it very closely. If they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States. Being very, very vague as always. We're going to do another, kidnapping of Ayatollah Khamenei or something, like they did with Nicolas Maduro. Yeah, dude, that's really, really going to help the problems. Maybe if you were to rejoin the Iran nuclear deal, then that would help. Bob, but that's something Barack Obama did, and Barack Obama's a stinky black man, so can't do the Iran nuclear deal. As expected from this racist fucking goddamn freak, Donald Trump. I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States, he told reporters on Air Force One. On Monday, Iran's judiciary chief, Gholam Hossein Mohseni Edji, I don't know if that's how you pronounce that correctly, said authorities would listen to protesters and critics who legitimately and rightfully have concerns about their livelihood and social and economic welfare. But he added that they would deal firmly with those who seek to exploit the situation, incite riots, and undermine the security of the country and the people. Rioters must know that we will have no lenience. There will be no leniency or appeasement towards them, he warned. I mean, that's only going to make everything significantly worse, right? It's only going to spiral out of control if they keep killing people. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman also accused Israel of seeking to undermine our national unity after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expressed his government's solidarity with the struggle of the Iranian people. I mean, that's not a ridiculous assertion to make, to be quite honest. Again, Benjamin Netanyahu has consistently reiterated that he wants to see regime change happen in Iran. He would probably want a return with the Shah because, again, he'll get whatever schizo beneficial deals to allow for the pursuit of the greater fucking Israel project or something. And for, again, the Iran nuclear deal, which was doing its job, he basically wants to make it such that the Iranians will not pursue a fucking nuke because that would cause, because Israel is the only power in the area that currently has nukes, and they don't want to have a sort of Cold War basically happen between themselves and the Iranians, because they want to just continue to bomb the Iranians with impunity, because Israel is a psychotic fucking rogue state, just like the fucking United States now at this point. So, more war for the sake of the military-industrial complex, which, again, Israel loves to constantly do. I think they were just recently bombed Libya, so that's the 8th fucking country that Israel has fucking bombed. They did some bombings within fucking Libya, so that's pretty cool. Thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu. Ismail Bakai told a news conference that the statements by Netanyahu and certain radical American officials were nothing more than incitement to violence. Iran and Israel fought a 12-day war last June. Oh, it was in June when it happened. Oh, okay, gotcha. During which Israeli and U.S. jets bombed key Iranian nuclear facilities. The latest protests in Iran began when shopkeepers took to the streets of Tehran on the 28th of December to express their anger at another sharp fall in the value of the Iranian currency against the U.S. dollar. The rial has sunk to a record low and inflation has risen to 40% as sanctions over Iran's nuclear program squeeze the economy. Again, it's for the express purpose of trying to justify regime change. As we all know, the United States, I think, is more or less safe to say, is a fucking rogue terror state who just wants to depose a bunch of people because, again, they're not willing to go along with U.S. fucking hegemony and would prefer to be able to make decisions for themselves. University students soon joined the protests and they began spreading to other cities. On Monday, footage posted on social media appeared to show a protest in the city of Yasuj in Kogilya? I can't fucking pronounce that, I'm sorry. Boyar Ahmad province. According to BBC Persian, a crowd of men and women could be heard chanting freedom, freedom, freedom. Protesters were also filmed chanting the same slogan around Chirag Bark Street in Tehran. Videos obtained by BBC Persian on Sunday night appeared to show several dozen protesters marching down a street in the city of Sari, north of Tehran. They can be heard chanting slogans including "Death to the Dictator," a reference to Khamenei, who has ultimate power in the country, and Pahlavi is coming back, a reference to Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the late Shah. Now, of course, ultimately you have to call into question how much are these genuine fucking protests, how much are these potential fucking psyops in order to justify fucking regime change, because as we all know, people like Marco Rubio and other neocons like Lindsey Graham have been salivating at a chance in order to do regime change in Iran for the past several, decades. It's been a very, very fucking long time. And they have been wanting to do regime change in Iran for a very, very long time. And we all know that, again, this is the same sort of excuses and attempts that have been made by fucking neocons in the past in order to justify potential for regime change within a country. You keep shooting at fucking peaceful protesters. That's really really, really bad. We're gonna have to go after you now. You keep shooting at them. We're gonna basically depose your fucking country's leader, implement our fucking guy. There's gonna be celebrations in the streets for a little while. We're going to claim that it's highly successful and it's very, very popular. And then, when everything inevitably falls apart, whatever. There's going to be a revolution within the country and they're going to depose the, exiled son of the late Shah. Always fucking happens. In another clip, a number of people are seen fleeing amid the sound of gunfire. BBC Persian said there were also protests in the districts of Ilam, Arak, Hamadan, Amol, Lahijan, sure, Kermanshah, Malik Shahai, sure, Semnan, and Norabad on Sunday evening. Another video purportedly showed security forces storming a hospital in the western city of Ilam, where human rights activists said wounded protesters were sheltering. Kurdish human rights group Henga reported that the protesters were among those shot when the Revolutionary Guard opened fire on a demonstration outside a government compound in neighboring Malekshahi County on Saturday. 4 other protesters were killed in the incident, Henga added, identifying one of them as a retired Revolutionary Guards Brigadier General, Latif Karimi. It shared a video that appeared to show a crowd banging on a gate before shots ring out and people fall to the ground. The semi-official Mer and Tasnim news agencies reported that 3 people, including Karimi, whom they said was a member of the security forces, were killed when rioters tried to enter a security facility. We all know that obviously the Iranian state propagandist outlet, state news outlet, have reason to sort of lie about this, right? Again, dictatorship, overtaking media, state propaganda, blah, 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 blah. Like I've said before, the Ayatollah is not particularly great. Again, if the people want to make the decisions to have elections in order to be able to make decisions for themselves, it should not be up to Western powers, and that especially of Israel, to do a regime change to try to depose the fucking leader, which is ultimately not going to work. Again, have we learned nothing from Mohammad Mossadegh? Have we learned nothing from the Islamic fucking revolution that happened in 1973? This has been done before. It's not gonna fucking work. If you try to do it again, not gonna fucking work again. It's so fucking stupid, man. History, I've said this before. history is a funny thing. It doesn't tend to repeat a lot, but it likes to rhyme very, very fucking often. Iran's human rights activist news agency, Harena, said on Sunday night that a total of 19 protesters and one person affiliated with the security forces had been killed during the unrest. Another 51 people had been injured, mostly by birdshot and plastic bullets, and 990 people had been arrested in connection with the protests, it added. The protests have been the most widespread since an uprising in 2022, sparked by the death in custody of Mahsa Amini, a young Kurdish woman who was detained by the morality police for allegedly not wearing her hijab properly. More than 550 people were killed, and 20,000 people have been detained in a violent crackdown on those protests by security forces, according to human rights groups. So, yeah, I guess like a sort of current update. Very, very curious about the state of the economy. Obviously, the sanctions regime re-implemented by the Trump administration after he pulled out of the nuclear deal. And then the Iranians obviously started enriching nuclear material to build a fucking nuclear weapon. Makes a lot of sense why they would do that, you know? Considering the fact that Israel is incredibly hostile to them. The United States is incredibly hostile to them. They don't want another Libya to happen to them. So they're building a nuke to try to keep themselves fucking safe. Makes a lot of fucking sense. Obviously, this is in the interest of Israel, simply due to the fact that they want to be the only nuclear power in the Middle East. Duh. For obvious reasons. So they can do their stupid Greater Israel ethno-nationalist sort of project. And again, we've talked about this before, doing another regime change within Iran, which didn't work before, which led to the rise of the Ayatollah in Iran, is not going to work either, right? If Donald Trump decides to go ahead with the Israelis, try to depose the Ayatollah, and basically bring in the Shah, or the exiled son of the Shah, this is ultimately going to result in these same sort of positions, right? Austerity measures being implemented to the benefit of American business companies to be able to get Iranian fucking oil on the fucking cheap, and then the people are going to rise up and depose the fucking exiled son of the Shah again, and the same fucking whole thing happens all over again. Except this time, it will have been about 50 years fucking later. So, again, there was already a deal in place, which was working, preventing the Iranians from getting a nuke, which they were following, that Trump pulled out at the behest of the Israelis. Again, it was Benjamin Netanyahu who ultimately convinced Trump, in the end, to go ahead and pull out of the Iranian nuclear deal. A deal which, again, was working. The Iranians were following the tenets of the fucking goddamn deal. So, as expected from the Mad King in power, he basically just wants to depose a bunch of leaders, dying empire type shit again with the United States of America, doing imperialism for the sake of imperialism, because of the flailing sort of relevance of the United States within the sort of region, or not the region, but within the world in general, and they would just want to do like a bunch of imperialistic actions to try to reassert themselves in the sort of world stage to make it look like, guys, you know, we're not fucking washed. We're totally not washed. We're still relevant. We still matter in the world. You guys are we're totally not losing to the Chinese, and we're not fucking coping about it. That's the entirety of the point of all this. And we all know why Israel fucking wants this. Again, greater fucking Israel, and getting rid of the other sort of hegemonic power within the Middle East is going to be very, very good for them to be able to sort of, be able to go after other groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas, who would get a lot of funding and assistance from the Iranians for the express purpose of what, like helping to sort of challenge Israeli sort of attempts at doing more fucking colonialism within the Middle East. I don't think there's really much else to say besides, obviously, the protests in Iran are bad. Protesters getting shot are bad. The Ayatollah is obviously bad. But doing a regime change in order to try to fix that problem and continuing to do threats like this is only going to exacerbate the issue and make everything significantly worse. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. It's late. Guys, did you know the regime change is kind of bad? Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Guys, I hear World War III is kind of bad. Allegedly. Of course, allegedly. I hear a lot of this stuff is kind of bad, actually. Why don't we raid out to Complainy Laney, who's apparently been on for like 26 hours. Alright, dorks. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho Raid buff. You're a sub. If you're non-sub to the WoW with the Daho Raid, but I would show appreciation. Those are in Tuning Keys Gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be continuing to yap about news and whatnot. And more Factorio. Very, very cool. You also have a good one, no autos. Good talks, good talks. We love having good talks on this channel. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.